we go. Madam Administrator, are we all set?
Yes, ma'am, because I'm not going to start the Zoom recording until we reconvene.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. The Republicans are still in caucus. They'll be in caucus for the next half an hour. So I'm going to call the meeting to order and we'll recess until 9:30. So we'll be reconvening at 9:30. So everybody take some time, get some coffee, and stretch your legs. Talk to you soon.
Alrighty. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning.
Tony, we're recessed until 9:30.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
We'll get coffee.
Hi.
Too many. Estás en mute.
Yo que me puse a hacer un plan y lo paré por esto. Yo dije, déjame, porque
No, we're in recess. I don't know how long, but we're in recess for a while.
pues yo puedo hacer entonces el plan. A lo mejor me da tiempo.
Claro,
30,
Mira,
30
mira,
minutes, 30 minutes, one,
30
Uh,
minutes, maybe.
not
Yeah,
only until 9:30, you two.
all right.
Yep.
Juan,
Ajá.
¿tú tienes biles que yo quiera que yo ponga?
Tengo, mío personal no tengo mucho, pero tengo. I'll send it to you.
Yo tengo uno.
Okay, envíamelo.
Ajá, porque ellos lo que hicieron fue que cogieron el lenguaje mío, lo pusieron, la partecita del bill mío lo pusieron en el 5309. Pero
Ok.
5309, si tú chequealo, yo quería que tú lo chequearas, porque el 5309, aunque le da algunas cosas buenas al preso, pero como quiera van a tener que pagar. Y lo que yo estoy buscando es que no paguen.
Okay, 5309.
Ajá. Y el mío es 5207, 5072, el mío.
Okay.
Chequealo. El mío es bien simple, que hacer ¿cómo se llama? Que ellos no paguen cuando ellos salgan, porque cuando ellos salgan salen con esa deuda. Y yo no creo que sea justo, porque ellos la pagan el tiempo que tienen que hacer. Aparte de pagar el tiempo, nosotros les mandamos, los familiares les mandamos chamos adentro y ellos pagan por todos los servicios que ellos cogen allá adentro. Y encima de eso, cuando salen también tienen que pagar.
Yeah, all right.
No está bien. Yo estaba hablando con Bradley. Bradley está peleando un caso de eso en la corte. Porque parece que yo tengo aquí un caso de un muchacho que un carro le dio un cantazo y lo dejó paralítico, totalmente disabled. Y ganaron el caso y el Estado cogió los chavos.
Oh, wow.
Eso no está bien. Porque es que ellos lo pagan allá adentro, lo pagan afuera. ¿Sabes? Anyway. ¿Y qué más? ¿Qué más? ¿Más nada?
Yeah. And that's it. Nothing new. Same old, same old.
Estoy esperando a ver qué va a pasar, a ver si tú sabes si tenemos primaria o no tenemos primaria. Aunque yo me iba a ir si no tenía primaria, me iba acá. Pero ahora no voy a poder irme porque me tengo como 3 operaciones. Lo tengo que esperar. No voy a poder irme. Tengo que operarme en julio. Como 3 operaciones tengo y no voy a poder. Yo que me quería ir. Ahora no puedo ir.
Senator Valeria and Representative Gonzalez, I don't know if you know that that we are live on YouTube Live.
Oh, sorry.
Thank God there's nothing bad we're talking about. Just chit-chatting.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
I thought it was paused. All right, está bien, hablamos ahorita, Mini.
Okay, vamos a
All right,
ver.
okay.
Hey, everybody, we're gonna start getting back together. Let's see, Representative Walker. Good. Waiting for people to come on. Representative Walker. I see her.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Good. Representative Walker, do you want to say a few opening comments?
No, I just want to, well, yes, I'd like to thank everybody for getting us to this point. I mean, it's been a rocky year, but it's been a rocky 2 years. And I think hopefully next year, things will be a lot calmer and a lot more paced and a lot less frantic. I think everybody did a fabulous job in trying to maintain the pace and still maintain a smile, because things were coming at us from left and right. And I so appreciate all the collaboration from everybody in the Appropriations Committee. I think we have the best committee in the House and the Senate. I think we do a great job. I think we talk to each other and we try and collaborate on every possible move, because we understand Connecticut is a mixed community and we all need to have representation from every corner. So to me, I think I can't ask for a better group of people to work with and champion. So I also just want to say that for those of you who are not returning next year, just think of all the fun you're going to miss. I'm looking at you guys. It's great to see you. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I've served on this committee for a number of years, and I've served on what I would call less communicative appropriations committees, and some that have functioned, to my mind, rather well. The two chairs, and I would say that actually leadership on all the subcommittees have, to my mind, provided over the last couple of years a real opportunity for some of the collaboration that Chairman Walker just spoke of. I wouldn't want that to be an indication, however, that some of the higher level decisions in this budget have included the same kind of collaboration. And to be fair, those are generally political decisions. Whether money is spent out of the general fund, under which there's a cap requirement, or whether it's spent out of carry forward, or in this case, ARPA funds, are not decisions that are generally made by those of us that serve in the rank and file. And so there are some serious problems in this budget with respect to those decisions, I would say, but I don't think it would be fair for me to say that responsibility falls to the two chairs or vice chairs of this committee. Those are more often decisions that are made on the part of caucus leadership. And so as we go through the budget, again, I agree that there is a high level of cooperation amongst all committee members. I can tell you that I always felt like I was treated fairly, and that my comments meant something, even if they don't make it into a final document. And that's a far different feeling from a feeling that may have existed many years ago when there was no real subcommittee process, and it wasn't really open, and there wasn't the kind of dialogue that there is now. And so for that, I say thank you not only to the two chairs, but the other chairs of the subcommittees and vice chairs. It's that collaboration that I think does allow the state to make some very difficult decisions in the worst of times and make decisions in the best of times. And I would say we're not probably in the best of times yet, but we're headed in that direction. And so there are a lot of good things in this budget. If I take issue with the budget, and I do, It's the way in which they're paid for policy decisions in that process. So thank you both.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will echo the comments of Senator Minor. I think that what we've seen is the collaboration between the two chairs and the ranking members has been extremely positive. The subcommittee process has worked well to flesh out the issues that are contained in the budget. I think that one of the things that, just to make it clear, perfectly clear, that a yes or no vote today on a budget or any individual bill may have nothing to do with whether supporting the policy that is embedded in there, that is the cognizance of another committee, but may just have to do with whether that is funded as a potential recurring expense under single-time revenue, or whether that complies with the spending caps, et cetera. So I would argue that the votes today have less to do necessarily with the policy, which many of us may support, but in how it's funded, or whether it's funded in a sustainable manner that will not put us in a position of having to make decisions that are challenged by a deficit going forward because we've used single-time revenue for recurring expenses. But once again, the comments from Senator Minor concerning the collaboration, I think, are very positive. I've been on Appropriations Committee the whole time. I've been in the legislature in this term as the ranking member, and have appreciated the discussion and collaboration amongst the chairs and the taking of our input into the process and having it be reflected in the conversations we've had. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Again, I think that this has brought us to this point in time, and we're going to start with House Bill number. Hold on, let me grab everything. House Bill number 5037. I'll entertain a motion for an act adjusting the state budget for the biennium and ending June 30, 2023.
So moved. So moved.
Second by Abercrombie.
Moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Abercrombie. We're going to start discussion, and we're going to go through the subcommittees. And the first part of the budget is legislative management, and the two chairs were Representative Terziak and myself. Representative Terziak, are you on? And just so everybody knows, people may or may not be on, but legislative management is a budget that is handled as a pass-through account in totality. It is essentially the same as it came out from the executive branch, although the executive branch just puts the budget through and this funds the legislature. The one thing that we did do on here was is to remove the 3 auditor positions that the executive recommended for the Contracting Standards Board. We don't believe that we need those 3 positions. We plan on, as we roll out this budget, you will see other ways that we are handling this. And essentially that's it. We added in a position for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity and Opportunity to do some, we provided funding for a part-time position to do some research. Up next is, are there any questions on legislative management? Seeing none. Up next, we have General Government A. General Government A contains the Governor's Office, for those of you who are listening, the Secretary of the State, Lieutenant Governor's Office, Elections Enforcement, Office of the State Ethics, Freedom of Information, and Office of Governmental Accountability. And the 2 chairs for General Government A were Representative Kevin Ryan and Senator Saud Anwar. Representative Ryan?
Yes, good morning. Just going through the General Government A budget. I think I'll bring it back to the budget. Okay, like you said, we're looking at the governor's office, and I think throughout the budget, you'll see transfer funding to reflect centralizing IT functions, but that was taking out of most aspects of the budget. In this particular budget, on the governor, we add $100,000 to add one durational position to support and manage communications and with legislative initiatives for the Office of Workforce Strategy. We also added $120,000 for one position to manage regional partnerships and the Governor's Workforce Council. The next part of the budget is the Secretary of State's office, and there we added $150,000 to hire one security analyst to monitor and mitigate election misinformation. She had asked for about $2 million for other issues in education, but that was not included in this part of the budget. And the next part of the budget is the Lieutenant Governor's office. And there, okay, again, just the money being reinstated here, since the centralizing of information technology won't be transferred to DAS. On elections enforcement had no changes. The Office of State Ethics, we added $45,317 so they could have an office assistant position. And that is what happened there. And freedom of information, we added $99,513 to fund a staff to attorney to help with okay, my computer has just kind of given out on me. Okay, to help with them with their functioning. And then probably the most major part of this budget is under the Office of Governmental Accountability. There are a number of agencies here. The one agency that was a point of contention, if you will, was the Office of Contract and Standards Board. Again, we don't transfer the IT funding for DAS, but we wanted to ensure, it's already in this part of the budget, but we wanted to ensure that there was $454,355 to be included, so the Contracting Standards Board can hire 5 positions that they require to be able to perform their functions. So that in order for that to be assured that it happens, we are asking for the repeal of Section 201 of the implementer bill from last year, which lapsed this particular money. Money for this current year was going to be lapsed at the end of the month. So we want to make sure that does not happen next year as well. So this agency can be funded and it can hire the people it needs to get through their work. And we're also recommending, we did look this up, and it's really unclear whether this is considered a watchdog agency, as some of the other agencies are. When they are under that status, we are ensuring their budgetary independence so that they can do their budget, so that they can be assured to have the funding they need and the resources they need to perform their functions. And I believe that brings us to the end of Government A.
Thank you. Senator Anwar, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you so much. No, I completely agree with my co-chair, Representative Ryan. I think we're not talking about carry forward at this time, because in the Secretary of State, the carry forward 2 million were approved from our subcommittee. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Up next is General Government B. And General Government B, and just so the general public is clear, we did not centralize IT at all in any part of the budget. We left it in the agencies. We are still dealing with the centralization of human resources and added in an additional 13 positions this year to accomplish that. So just on every single section of the budget, we did not do any of the centralization of IT until we figure out and make sure that the centralization of human resources is working. So up next is General Government B, is chaired by Representative Andre Baker and Senator Matt Lesser. Gentlemen, you're up.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And, Madam Chair, you took my speech from me. I was just going to explain why that we didn't centralize IT, and that is, I think, the biggest single policy change in general government B. There are a couple of other things as well. We're providing funding for the resident state trooper program and the comptroller office. We're also, we rejected a proposal to provide some positions within a DRS for administration of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and instead are asking the administration to find that funding within that federal act. And then we also provided funding for the Attorney General's office for a number of positions with respect to enforcement of the Connecticut False Claims Act. I think those are the top level changes that I see in the general government B portion.
Representative Baker, do you have anything to add?
No, just kind of been chiming in on some of the things that Matt talked. I know that we were looking at a lot of the positions that I believe that there was that wanted to be increased in some of the other areas and stuff. So we wanted to try to work with the controller's office. So I'm just chiming, as I said, chiming in with some of the things that Matt said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Baker. Up next is subcommittee number 4, which is regulation.
Kathy, I'm sorry. You didn't ask anybody if they had any questions?
I'm sorry, any questions? The Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to give a shout out to the leadership of that subcommittee. Everything that was handled in all of our subcommittee meetings was handled with great consideration and very, very good professionality. So I will speak for my caucus and say thank you very much for the collaborative process on this subcommittee.
Thank you very much, Representative Belinsky. Up next is regulations and protection, and it was chaired by Representative Nolan and Senator Lesser. Gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to come before you. And Senator Lesser, do you want me to start, or?
I do, Representative. Go right ahead.
Could you guys please tell everybody the agencies that are in regulation and protection, please?
All righty. Senator Lesser, if you could do that while I'm changing my pages for.
That's okay. I can do it for you. I can do it. I just want to make sure that the public understands what we're talking about.
Okay.
Under regulation protection, the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Military Department, Department of Consumer Protection, Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, Department of Banking, Insurance Department, Office of Healthcare Advocacy, and Workmen's Compensation. Go right ahead, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Rep. Walker, for that. So for Department of Emergency Services and Public Protections, some revisions would start with additional crime lab staff. That includes 4 durational forensic science examiners trained to conduct casework in the DNA computer crimes and firearms unit. That will help with some background and turnaround time. Also, in there, we provided funds for deadly weapons offender registry system maintenance. That is an amount of about $7,500, I believe. And also fleet lease obligations. That came in originally for 90 requested vehicles. We provided them with funding for half of that, which would be 45 vehicles. Coming in at 374,755. We also did funding for criminal justice information systems. That's the CGIS. Provided 353 276 for software upgrades, and we also transferred the 2 million from the OEM account to CGIS to realign funding and
You're muted.
You're muted, Representative Nolan. You got muted.
sorry, that was for DESP.
Mhm.
Military. Do you want to go on to military, or do you want to ask questions first?
All the way through, and then we'll ask questions at the
Yeah.
end. All the way through your
Okay.
whole.
For military, we provided $10,000 for honor ribbons, which will allow the Adjust General to issue military funeral honor ribbons for honor guards that have successfully performed the duty of honor guard. Then we'll go right to Department of Banking, where we only had an adjustment of fringe benefits and indirect overhead, which was approximately $189,650. Next would be Office of Healthcare Advocate. Is again the same, an adjustment of indirect overhead for utilizing certain centralized state agencies. And moving on to Department of Consumer Protection, and I don't believe there were any changes in that. No changes in that. Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I believe we added 2 durational staff for human rights attorneys. That's to work on background, I think, of emergency health crisis, COFIS related claims. And Workers' Compensation Commission would be next, and that was just a adjustment to fringe benefits and indirect overhead of $231,912. And Conservation and Development.
Nope,
And
that's
No,
not
no,
us.
that's it. That's it.
I'm sorry,
What's it?
wrong page.
Senator Lesser,
Yeah.
do you have
No.
anything to add?
The only thing I would add is, anytime you're overseeing the Department of Emergencies and Public Protection, it's helpful when your co-chair is a police officer, like Representative Nolan is. So he's been a wonderful co-chair, and it's been a pleasure to serve with him.
And I believe you missed the insurance department co-chairs.
Okay.
We didn't make any changes to the insurance department other than rejecting the.
Yep,
Yeah.
correct. Thank you.
Nope. That's it.
Any questions,
Thank
Senator Minor?
Thank you. So I switched to my iPhone so I can run down the screen on the budget itself. So I know there were some additional appropriations in forensics, but does this section of the budget have any money in it to address increases in violent crime, car thefts, or anything of that sort?
So that's all in, most of that is in ARPA. We'll go over the ARPA all together at the end.
So let me get this straight then. ARPA, which is a one-time funding level at whatever level we choose to fund it, is it the view of those that have assembled this budget in the way it's been assembled, that those increases in violent crime are not going to be a continuing or not going to need continuing financial effort on the part of the state of Connecticut? It would seem to me that those should be in the general fund budget and not in ARPA.
So the commissioner of the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection felt that the issues relative to violent crime and additional speed enforcement, other things of that nature were better served in ARPA. They felt that this would give them time to see if this was just a COVID-related issue and will dissipate while they're addressing the issue. So that was a feeling by the commissioner in DESP, and that's how they asked for the dollars.
And so I'm not going to belabor it now, but as I mentioned in the onset, this is in and should not be construed in any way as, to my mind, an acceptable way to portray a budget to the residents of Connecticut. There is no doubt, as evidenced by most recently very violent act, I think at the steps of a senator's house, that those situations need significant effort on the part of the state of Connecticut. And to imagine that we should be funding it through some temporary ARPA reserves. And if the commissioner actually said that he thought it was a good idea to fund it through ARPA, he ought to have his head examined. I think it's a very serious problem. I think most of the people in Connecticut think it's a very serious problem. And from the community that I live in the corner that I represent, which I would say is probably received some negative connotation by some members in the legislature. I mean, we know what's going on and we think we should be appropriating money there. And to do it out of a one-time fund like ARPA seems misguided at best. So I think this budget should actually reflect ongoing financial effort when it comes to law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the good gentleman for his thoughts on this. I think you can look at it from also a different perspective. First of all, our urban cities have been dealing with these types of issues for quite some time. And part of the addressing of it is not to increase the incarceration, but to increase the opportunities so that minimizes these types of incidents. We realize that that these things need to be addressed right away, but we also know that the best way to do it is to do it in an infrastructure way that's going to provide more opportunities for people to get out of those situations and those circumstances. So you know as well as I, if we put it in the budget in the general fund, it's going to take a long time for us to reduce it as crime reduces. So it's more important to make sure, I think, that we put funds in areas where we need to address and make changes immediately, and then work it into the budget as we feel needed going further. But using millions of dollars in areas that we probably are going to be able to eradicate in many ways, I think is more important. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Winfield, followed by Senator Minor.
Excuse me 1 second, Madam Chairman. I think that comment was directed to me, and I'd just like to respond.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I was going to call you next after Senator Winfield, but go ahead, Senator Minor.
Thank you. So look, I understand that some of these circumstances have been going on for a while. You know, I'm probably as aware of this as anybody. My point is, these situations, despite all our wishes, are not going to change without some heightened effort. You never heard me use the words incarceration. What I said was, we need increased enforcement. Folks need to be managing the violence and the crime. I mean, I saw the video, I think it was yesterday, the day before, of the lady ramming into 7 cars in Waterbury. So this isn't about incarceration. I never used the word incarceration, but this budget portrays increases in forensics, which I think is important to try and solve crimes. It's not the only thing that's important to solve crimes. So I'm just suggesting that while it doesn't say anything about incarceration, and I didn't say anything about incarceration, it should be recognized that we have a serious problem, and it should be an increase within the general fund of the budget, not the ARPA funds.
Thank
That's
you
it.
very much. Thank you very much, Senator Minor. Mr. Winfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I probably wasn't going to say much today, but my name was mentioned, so I will. I think that the discussion we're having is important. I think that people should be able to understand the perspectives from, if there are two sides, the two sides of the discussion. My hope is that the discussion is broader than the discussion as it's currently taking place. The discussion as it's taking place largely in the legislature, not just today, is focused on whether or not we do more after a crime has been committed. That's what it is, right? Whether you're talking about incarceration or investigation, and there are people who are pushing on doing some other things. I think if we're going to have a discussion about whether we have permanent funds or funds that are temporary, certainly that discussion, and this is the only reason why I'm commenting, because I'm trying to stay to appropriations, but policy implicates itself too. I think that an incident like what happened at my home, the police are on it. They're dealing with it. They're investigating it. That doesn't stop it from happening. What stops that from happening is that those young people who are involved in that, and young people to me today is different than what it was some years ago. Young people who are involved in that don't get to the place in their life where they're involved in those types of crimes. And this legislature is really, really good at talking about what happens after and how that protects people. But if those bullets had slightly been in a different place, none of what we generally talk about would do anything, not just for me, but for the other people who experience those crimes. And so I recognize it is important that we make sure law enforcement has the tools it needs. And as the subcommittee chair that deals with that, that is, despite the public rhetoric, that is what I've tried to do. But it is just as important that we think about keeping those young people from being on those streets doing the things that they're doing. And this legislature is not really good at that. And if we really care about crime and reducing it, we have to be. Thank you.
Representative Nolan, followed by Senator White.
Senator Winfield really took a great deal of what I was going to say. Fighting crime has not stopped and will not stop in regards to the crimes that are happening in our communities. But I do believe that it seems like funding the things that were being talked about comes up quite a bit when it hits specific individual communities. This has been something the urban community has been dealing for a long time. But the topic continues to be ignored when it comes to the discussion about putting money to things that would fix the root cause of the issue versus waiting to wanting to do things after an incident happens. So I just want to publicly say that if we really want to fix what's going on, that we should be talking about fixing things that would help stop the root issue from affecting our communities versus always trying to make changes when the incidents occur. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time to say this.
So if we could just remember that we're talking about the budget and not this policy at hand. And we have about 5 or 6 more people that want to talk about this, and I appreciate that conversation. But remember to combine your comments relative to the budget. Senator Minor, followed by Representative Johnson, followed by Senator Lester, followed by Representative France, and followed by Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I do agree with Senator Winfield that this segment of the budget is only one segment of the best way to deal with trying to make life better in all communities. But we're on this segment of the budget. And my comments were related to the distinction between recognizing a problem that needs some additional resources on what I would advocate should be an ongoing basis with regard to solving crimes, or to Senator Winfield's point, getting to the root cause of gun trafficking, the root cause of perhaps the sale of drugs, any number of things that seems to be wrapped up in some of this violence is all part of it, and it should be represented in the budget on an ongoing basis as opposed to a one-time basis. I agree that there are other segments of this budget that we should be having conversations about, and I'm perfectly willing and have always been willing to have those conversations. But again, my comment was a continuing expense for a continuing problem that I hope isn't continuing is very different than a one-time expenditure out of federal dollars. That's all. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this discussion. I do very much appreciate it. I think that one of the things that we need to keep in mind is how we've underfunded these areas, these urban areas, and how the fact is that many of these children grew up in violent homes, and to be able to address the violence in the family will, I think, really have a big impact on violence in the community. So whatever we can do to make sure the children are escaping the violence in the home will help stop violence in the community. And also, I think that making sure that we fund fully our urban areas with respect to their educational opportunities and make sure that they know they have a chance when they finish school. So these are things that we need to do to stop these types of things. These are things we haven't been doing. And this is one of the reasons, one of the consequences that we're suffering at this point in time. So I align my remarks with Senator Winfield, Representative Nolan, and Representative Walker, because this is very, very serious. And until we start taking into consideration the poor children, we're going to be in a real jam. So thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to, make sure that we're clear about, what this proposed budget does, because it does. First of all, the governor came to us with a recommendation that we increase funding for the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection in a number of areas. And this committee accepted the governor's recommendations in most respects, and then increased funding further for the department. So if you look at whether or not this budget funds public protection, if it funds law enforcement, it absolutely does. And in fact, we increase funding beyond the level requested by the governor. But then specific to the honorable ranking member's question, are we experiencing a short-term, hopefully short-term spike in violence that requires additional resources beyond the extra level that we're already funding the budget? Yes, it does. And that's exactly what ARPA is for dealing with short-term expenses, in some way connected to the tumult we've seen in the last couple of years. So yes, we provide additional general fund expenditures. That's reflected in the budget. And then on top of that, we provide short-term funding to deal with a spike that we've been experiencing in the communities across the state. And I would urge members to review the budget books in front of us, because I think the exact questions that the Senator Minor is raising are good ones, and they're reflected in the budget decisions that we've made.
Thank you very much, Senator Lester. Representative France, followed by Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to echo the point to your point on the budget aspect of this is I think the general point is not on the policy, which has been the substance of much of the discussion so far, but on how this particular area of the budget is being funded with one-time revenue for something that I don't believe there's any evidence is a short-term problem. I think other members have already discussed about the underfunding, which is a chronic issue. It is not tied to a recent issue related to COVID over the last couple of years. So that's, I think, the point. And I will say that I completely agree with the comments that Senator Winfield made concerning how this body, this legislature, has not necessarily been great at dealing with the root issues of preventing but reacting in some ways to the investigation, the prosecution, those aspects of it as a following the crime happening, whatever it might be. And I would say that I agree completely with that. I think there's two factors in that. One is doing what we should be doing as best possible to support the family. As the comments recently made concerning negative situations in a family having consequences for children as they grow up, as they engage in crime and how they live their lives. As best we can, supporting a family unit, that is frankly the key to success of children as they grow up as adults, whether it be in education, whether it be their life. A lot of that is determined by their experience in their personal family. But I think another aspect, and I talked about this on the House floor last session concerning my interaction with law enforcement as I grew up and the lessons that I learned in that process.
Oh, how funny is that?
And frankly, if not for my decision to volunteer and join the military, my life would be dramatically different. But it was because of those consequences. I think it's another aspect that we should be discussing as we go forward in the future is how do we intersect with that teenager who intersects with law enforcement the first time? How best to help that individual understand that the actions that they've taken are wrong and they don't want to repeat them. I'm not proposing a solution, but I think that is, to Senator Winfield's point, where we should be focused on supporting the family unit to give a better outcome for children as they grow up. And secondly, interceding when these young people intersect with law enforcement for the first time and not waiting until they've been arrested multiple times, or to identify, hopefully, when an individual has intersected multiple times, what has not worked in our initial interaction with these things. I think those are ensuring consequences are appropriate and that the lessons are learned is another tool that we should be looking at in order to make sure that these things are not chronic and repetitive and then lead to, as these individuals grow up and become adults, continue to intersect with law enforcement. I think that's the policy that is there that we are trying to put forward as far as the funding for these programs. And I think that we ought to be looking at the reality that one-time revenue is not necessarily going to solve the issue, and that that is, I think, the point at the outset. Just wanted to share that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, oftentimes around this topic, you know, we seem to come to this either or choice when it comes to, you know, preventing crime or responding to crime. And I think the answer is not or, it's and. I think that that's what we need to be doing. You know, and we've, you know, and some of my colleagues here, you know, Senator Winfield knows how hard I work in judiciary. Representative Nolan knows how hard I work in my district to prevent young people from going down that life of crime. And we need to continue to work on that. There's no doubt about that. And I think that we do that well. But we also need to confess that, in fact, despite our efforts, people are still going to commit crime. And when they do, those victims deserve justice. They deserve answers. And relevant to this bill, which I frankly think we've gotten way off of, we're talking about funding forensic science. It's just a fact that juries today, state's attorneys today, are far more reliant on forensic evidence than we've ever been. And we can have a great discussion about that. Is it TV? Is it whatever? But the point is, that's what people want. And for investigators to sit on a case for 5-6 months waiting for forensic evidence to come back is just not acceptable. It's not acceptable to victims because there's follow-ups after that. And sometimes you're facing time constraints with statute of limitations on some of these issues. And you have sex assault victims sometimes that are waiting months to get some sort of a closure because of the backlog at forensic evidence. So to Senator Minor's original point on this bill, the idea that we're funding this temporarily and claiming that a backlog at the forensic lab is because of COVID. Well, that may be true, but there was a backlog there well before that. I can testify to that personally, waiting months and months for things to come back. And this is something that needs to be funded going forward because victims depend on it. Investigations depend on it. And it's very important. So while it is extremely important that we prevent crime, prevent incidents like the senator talked about happening at his house, and I feel him wholeheartedly, responding to that after. I know the frustrations of cleaning up a mess afterwards and saying, well, it already happened. I get that. I've been there probably more so than anybody else in this committee, saving maybe Representative Nolan. But, we do, those things still happen, and we still have to respond to them and get closure to the victims. And this funding for forensic lab should be ongoing well into the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? All right, are there any other comments from the chairs? Seeing none. Up next is Conservation and Development, and that's Representative Gibson and Senator Hartley. And I know Senator Hartley had a family issue, so Representative Gibson, are you available? If not, as I indicated before, many people are on other legislative business, and so in conservation and development, the following committees exist, the following agencies exist: the Labor Department, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the Department of Economic and Community Development, the Department of Housing, and the Agricultural Experiment Station. So we're going to start with the relative to this department. We also have the Office of Consumer Protection, Consumer Counsel, excuse me, and there were essentially no changes relative to that particular agency. Relative to the Labor Department, you will notice change. There is a pass-through account that comes from the federal government called the Workforce Investment Act. And originally we thought we were receiving less money from the federal government. We are receiving more money from the federal government. There were additional resources put in, $500 million into jobs first employment. We have a great workforce opportunity down in the workplace down on the New York border. Joe Carbone runs that particular workforce investment board, and we believe in his and by evidence-based his opportunities for long-term unemployment. He also, that program is statewide, it's just managed by him. And we added in a $750,000 into that. The manufacturing pipeline run by the Eastern Workforce Investment Board, we put $1.4 million. They are filling the positions at Electric Boat and the subcontractors relative to Electric Boat around the state. This is also a program that is being used in all the workforce agencies, $1.4 million. And we accepted some of the governor's additions into this area. Department of Agriculture. In the Department of Agriculture, we added some testing for shellfish for PFAS to make sure that people are consuming shellfish that's safe. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, one of the largest departments in our state that handles a variety of different jobs, from sewer treatment, energy issues. All of our camps are out of this program. They handle recreation along our shorelines. Very important. We put in $1 million to repopulate species of fish. And we're going to, after this part of the budget, start looking at expanding that into some of the waterways for catfish and other things. Right now, it's dedicated towards Atlantic salmon and American eel. We're also looking, we added in 5 additional positions for our environmental conservation officers. The next is the Department of Economic and Community Development. We added into the Department of Economic and Community Development two agencies that they will interface with, and that's the Black Business Alliance and the Hartford Economic and Development Corporation. We already fund the Spanish American Merchants Association, and we're now funding the other 2 at the same level, and they will interface with making sure that we're getting grants out to minority businesses. Something that we found was very helpful during COVID was to interface with these organizations to further get real dollars out. We provided some dollars from the tourism fund to Main Street initiatives and the neighborhood music school. We also have in the Performing Theaters grant an additional $20,000 for 7 Angels. In the Art Museum Consortium, we have $200,000 for the Wadsworth Museum, and another small dollar amount of $29,000 for the Barnum Museum. In the Department of Housing, one of the things that came up, and these are changes to the existing already determined budget. We are providing full funding for our operating subsidy program through the general fund for $2 million. I just want people to remember that we put $5 million in for shelters last year. That will be for fiscal year 23. Also have the agricultural experiment station, and one of the things that we have funded in the agricultural experiment station is the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species, so that they can certainly start paying attention to the explosion of invasive species in our waterways around the state. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions relative to that particular budget. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Labor Department, I remember when we were having a discussion yesterday, there is a reflection of the total number of employees, I think, in that department now in some of the backup information. Am I correct that those are state positions funded by federal dollars? So the increase in the headcount isn't necessarily a reflection of new hiring. It's a reflection of the existence of personnel with an understanding that they're federally funded.
That would be correct, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to health. And under health, it's Representative Dillon, and we is now Senator Lopes is in the car, so it's hard for him to work through that. So Representative Dillon and maybe Senator McCrory, if you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the subcommittee members and to our hardworking OFA staff. You will know, we cover Veterans Affairs, we cover Department of Mental Health and Addiction, Department of Health, Medical Examiner, Developmental Services. and Office of Health Strategy, you will see a couple of large transfers which do not reflect a reduction in services. They reflect transfers to implement waivers in Medicaid. So that's the first thing. The second, Department of Veterans Affairs, IT is reversed. Pharmaceutical costs out of general fund added. Veterans Rally Point added. Department of Public Health provide support to tobacco prevention, which is not in this budget. Transfer funding to reflect IT reversed. Provide funding for an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in our existing Injury Prevention Department. Revise water testing requirements for private and semi-public wells. Reallocate funding to the tobacco prevention account. Technical adjustment to local health departments. Implement licensure of Albertson Children's Center. Office of Health Strategy, provide 4 positions to meet CON requirements. The others reflect the changes in policy and Department of Administrative Services. You'll see that some of these ads are small, but they're consequential. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which has been hit very hard by the opioid crisis. We took some of the part-time positions and made them full-time. That was only $99,000, but it can really help. Developmental services, there was a lapse in one account, and the funding which we had already agreed to on the home and community-based services, which a decision had already been made, and behavioral health services is a lapse. Mental health and addiction, provide additional hospital discharges, that's reduced. Housing supports as part of our RAP program, $2.250 million. Expansion of Hispanic behavioral health services, $381,000. Added to military support program, which we hope is just the beginning, $125,000. Crisis intervention training for police officers, $100,000. And current contract requirements. Any questions?
Representative Dillon, relative to the DEMIS, the Department of Mental Health, clearly there has been some large increases in this relative to a grant that we got on the substance use disorder. If you want to talk a little bit about that, please.
Well, the Appropriations Committee did take action on the substance abuse waiver, so that there are transfers to the Medicaid account. That has generated some questions, certainly to me, that might reflect a reduction in services that is not the intent. The intent is to maximize our resources through federal resources, ma'am.
And thank you for that, because the substance use disorder budget brought in some $300 million scattered throughout the budget in DEMIS, DDS, the Department of Public Health. So I wanted to make sure that the general public knew that that was in. And then relative to the Tobacco Trust Fund, we are reactivating the Tobacco Trust Fund with a non-lapsing account that reports to the legislature for $12 million. Do you want to talk a little bit about that Tobacco Trust Fund?
Yes, ma'am. There was very high interest in that and concern that to a certain extent, faith had been broken, that we had invested some of the dollars years ago in tobacco prevention, and that those efforts had ceased and the dollars were not going into that program. The subcommittee felt very strongly about that and recommended a large amount. If you look at some of the dollars we added, we were very mindful throughout this process of the spending cap and of the needs elsewhere in the budget. But we did recommend a large dollar amount, which essentially is a diversion. So it will not technically appear in this particular document. It's off budget.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for that, Representative Dillon. Transportation's up next, and that is chaired by Senator Lopes and Representative Rosario. Representative Rosario, are you available? I know Senator Lopes is in the car. So I'll just go through. The Department of Motor Vehicle had essentially no changes from the governor's recommendations. We did include some additional dollars to that were helping out. We have license plates made in the Department of Corrections, and the materials cost more, so we added in those dollars, and we provided money for software maintenance. In the Department of Transportation, we're requiring DOT to do a report on the UPass program, including specific sources, amounts, and programmatic details. And we also added in positions that will be paid for by the federal infrastructure of $206. It'll be paid by the federal infrastructure bill called the IIJA. And they will require those 206 positions in engineering and other resources to develop the programs that and the projects that will be covered through the Department of Transportation. They also have a program in there, and we're expanding that program and providing some increases in pay for internship recruitment and pay. We also provided some resources and agreed with the governor on an express train services to New York City. That's slightly more than $4 million. And that is the Transportation Committee subcommittee. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you so much. We have up next, we have Human Services. And Human Services would be Representative Abercrombie and Senator Kushner. Ladies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my co-chair, Senator Kushner, who worked diligently on this budget, and also our subcommittee members. I often like to say this is the committee to do no harm. I do just want to take the opportunity to say, and I said it last year, this is one of the best damn budgets we've ever done for Human Services over the last 10 years. And I can't thank my colleagues enough, because at the end of the day, we are making people's lives better. So I'm really proud of this budget. Under Human Services, we do the budget for Department of Social Services, Department of Children and Family, and the Aging and Disabilities. With that, we'll start with the Department of Social Services. Most of the governor's recommendations.
Before you start, Representative.
Oh, sorry, Senator. I apologize.
I know we talked, and I feel inspired just to say that I really want to acknowledge your service in this subcommittee and your hard work, not just in this budget, but for decades on these issues. And you will be very much missed. And I certainly appreciate all the help you have given and support you've given to me in this process. So just had to get that in now before I lost the opportunity. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you, Senator, for those kind words. I do appreciate it. Moving on to the Human Services, DSS budget, some of the policy revisions. First of all, we'll start with providing funding to support the PCA, which is the Personal Care Assistance Agreement. That's $23 million. We also provide funding to increase the minimum community spouse protected account. For those of you that are not aware, when a spouse goes into a nursing home, the spouse that's at home is only allowed to keep at present about $27,000. What this does is brings it up to $50,000. Under federal law, they can go up to as high as $137,000. So this policy just changes it to $50,000. We also put in this budget for the residential care homes, $3.7 million. Residential care homes are kind of, I'd like to say, in flux right now. They've been working with DSS to try and get Medicaid reimbursement. We have not gotten permission from CMS yet to do that. In the meantime, these providers really do need an increase, and that's what these dollars provide there. Under the ICF, we had put money in last year to do an added day rate. OPM was under the assumption that this was temporary due to the pandemic. This was not our intent on this committee, so this makes that increase permanent. Moving on to the second page, we've heard a lot from radiologists about mammograms, that the reimbursement was too low. In this budget, we give them a 45% increase, which is $150,000. We also, and I think this is really important, there's been a lot of conversations about children, undocumented children. And I think that we can all agree that when a child, right now it's for children under the age of 8, a child who has asthma at 8 still has asthma at 9. So we thought it was really unfair for them to no longer have coverage. So what this does is it grandfathers all of the children that are being born as of January 1st, 2023, so that they will not lose any coverage up to age 19. We also do, in the home care program, we know that our elderly are our most vulnerable population. We changed the eligibility for this program, which will help more seniors get on the Connecticut home care program. We make some changes to TFA, which I know this has been an interest to many of my colleagues. What is TFA? TFA is a program that gives monthly cash and employment opportunities to families. In this budget, we go from 21 months to 60 months. This program is really a poverty relief program. And if we believe in really giving families a helping hand, this policy change is really important. And let me tell you why. We are the second lowest in the country with the time limits that we give on this program. And when you think about this program, think of it from this point of view. If I'm somebody that wants to get a training, a minimum training, even for a certification, is 6 months, right? 6 months. Yet we're only giving individuals on this program 28 months to be able to get a job, get themselves sustainable. And let's talk about the dollars. We've had a lapse in this line item over the last 3 budget cycles of a minimum of 5.5 million. In my opinion, that means that this program isn't working. So I believe this policy change is really going to help the families that we're here to protect. We also do some funding around domestic violence. They had requested to have 18 child and family advocates in their centers. We provide funding for that. We also provide funding for IRIS, which is Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. We know, especially with what's going on in Ukraine, this is going to be really important to help these organizations with their families. With that, we took the governor's policy changes in most of the area, and those are the only changes within the DSS budget. Moving on to DCF. In the DCF budget, we took again mostly the governor's recommendations. Some policy changes we thought were important were as follows. Provide funding for the psychiatric residential treatment facilities that are known as PRTF. We put $3 million in there. We know that we cannot provide all the services we need to our young children, and that's why we believe that this was a policy decision to increase that line item. We also put more money in to support our youth bureaus and our juvenile review boards. We know that they are providers that are very helpful to our youth. We also put money in for an expansion in Pawcatuck for some mental health services. We know out in that area that families have to go from Stonington over to Pawcatuck. The child guidance out there had the, thank you, Representative Howard. We know that the organization out there, Child Guidance, had the opportunity to get a building out there, and this provides added funding to them. And other than that, we took the governor's recommendations, except for the IT, as you heard from the good chairwoman at the beginning, we did not take that recommendation. Moving on to aging and disabilities, we took the recommendations of the governors, but added 2 new positions. First, we added an ombudsman for the home and community-based services. Most of you know that we already have an ombudsman for long-term care. We also thought it was important to have one for home and community-based services. Our thought is in the future, this will probably be paid for through the federal government. Most of you know that most of the budget for the aging and the disabilities is paid fully through federal funding. The feds are looking at this right now, and they're saying that states that have an ombudsman will now be covered through them. So we thought it was important to kind of be ahead of it when that becomes policy through the federal government. We also added a position as a coordinator for senior citizens, senior centers, sorry. We know that our senior centers do a phenomenal job in all of our communities, but we don't have a coordinated effort as to what their needs are and any kind of policy decisions. They don't have a lobbyist, so all of us meet with them, but the needs are different throughout the state. So in this budget, we add a position to kind of coordinate the needs of these senior centers and to be able to see what kind of funding they would need in the future. Other than that, we took the governor's recommendations. Again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. As my last budget meeting, doing the budget, it's just been my honor and privilege to work with all of you. You know that I have truly loved human services. We'll continue to watch all of you, but I really want to say thank you to you. And if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Representative. Does anybody have any questions? Representative Reyes?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Abercrombie. And yes, we will certainly miss your work on this committee. I wanted to talk a little bit about the domestic violence dollars that were put aside. You said there was a small increase. I'm interested in what the actual dollars are for the domestic violence programs.
Whoa. Sure, Representative. So the coalition had come to us and asked for what are called family consultants. So right now, when a child is in trauma, they need a social worker to be able to help them through that process. Currently, they've been trying to do it, but without the funding, they don't have enough of these positions throughout the system. So what this does is provides funding for 18 positions within our domestic violence shelters. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. And as far as wraparound service, anything related in this budget for the children in this particular line item, or should be looking at a different place? Anything for the children?
So most of these kids are Medicaid recipients. So through the domestic violence shelters, I would say that they do an intake and make sure that any of the services that these children need, they connect them, right? So by having a social worker there, they reduce the trauma for these children, and then they also make sure that they are connected to a clinician if needed. So for example, like a child guidance, right, which does a enhanced type of trauma relief.
Representative Abercrombie, appreciate your work. Thank you very much for your service to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Abercrombie. I echo what others have said. I've learned quite a bit from you. Thank you for all your hard work. My question has to do with the Husky for Immigrants. Could you speak through that again? The language made it seem like it was extending it to age 12, but you mentioned grandfathering till age 19. So can you just talk through what that looks like?
Sure, Representative. So last year in the budget, what we did was for undocumented children, they will now receive insurance under DSS up to age 8. What we did in this budget was we said, hey, just because a child turns 9 doesn't mean their health needs are no longer there. So all of the children that are born as of January 1st, 2023 will now have continuous insurance up to age 18. So we grandfathered them in to make sure that there's no loss in insurance up to the age of 18.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
You're
Madam Chair.
welcome.
Thank you, Senator Minor, followed by Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I scroll through this section of the budget, there are certainly many initiatives here that I think are just exactly the way the chair of the subcommittee has stated. They are doing good things for people in the state of Connecticut. My question is, are there segments of this section of the budget that are funded, I would call it temporarily, either through carry forwards or through the use of ARPA funds? Through you.
In the budget items that I just went through, no. These were lapses in Medicaid, and they're also took into consideration other lapses, for example, the TANF. We know over the years, they've had a minimum of about $5 million lapse. SAGA has been lapsing, utilization's been down. So we took not only through the enhanced match that we got in Medicaid, which was about $212 million, we also took some of those lapses that we knew that have been reoccurring and put them back into the system, which in my opinion is how it should be done. They should be rolled back into programs to make them healthier programs.
And one more question, if you could. So in terms of going from 21 months for aid to 60 months, I think there's an extension on the 21 by 2 6-month extensions. If I understood you correctly, you said there's been a surplus in that account, which might mean to me it's been underutilized, or we don't have the kind of need that program once anticipated. I don't understand why going to 60 months is necessarily going to help individuals if the average is only 28 months now. Could you help me understand why we make that policy change if it doesn't seem to be utilized even up to the full 28 months in most cases?
Sure. So I think the way to look at it is, right, is that I am an individual that needs help. I get, if I'm a family of 3, I get $600, which helps with food and other expenses, right? I'm also trying at the same time to better myself, to either find a job, to change jobs. Some of these individuals are even going back to school to get their GED, right? So that they can go into the workforce. For all the work that goes into applying for it, we believe that the utilization is down because by the time they get on the program, they have to be off the program. So by going to 60 months, we believe that it will stabilize the system, which will help more individuals get on the program and to stay on the program longer in order to, in the long run, help them. You know, an average, if you look at the federal poverty level for a family of 3, right now, the minimum they should be getting is $1,919. in this program, we only give them $606. So we're really trying to stabilize this program. It has been lapsing through the years and through the advocates. Part of it is all the work that goes into applying, and by the time you get on it, you're already off it. I hope that's helpful.
I'm not sure, through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure it connects the dot between going from 28 months to 60. I understand the stabilization point that you make. I'm willing to kind of leave this one alone at this point, but I just don't think the extension to 60 months necessarily is going to change the amount of usage, although I guess time will tell, right? So if 28 months has been underutilized, next year someone could evaluate the level of utilization, and maybe it will have allowed people to stay on longer. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Abercrombie, for your amazing work in this area. I am really, really pleased to see some of the changes. And of course, I think that this change in the TANF program, or TFA, will actually limit homelessness. I have the Holy Family Shelter in my district, and it's always full with women and children. One of the things that the housing complex, one of the major housing complexes in my district, said to me when I was talking to them the other day when we were meeting about family violence, was that the Wyndham Heights actually runs into huge difficulty when the 21 months run out, and they either have to find another place to live or move into the homeless shelter. So we have a lot of problems here in my district because we have a number of people who are here for human services purposes. We have more subsidized housing than any other place in the entire state except for Hartford. So people gravitate to this area. And this is a very welcoming community. We do provide for them, but having them homeless and having them in the school system and homeless, we have numerous children who are in our school system that are homeless. And so here's a situation that I think with putting the limitation to 21 months, when you stop and think about what could happen. You could be someone who was recently married, just having a baby, and then the husband would die. How are you going to try and address that situation in 21 months? So there are a number of ways that this program, which in the Green Book, that when it was first established on the federal level, said that 60 months was the rate at which they felt that most people would be able to remove themselves from the assistance and into a productive job. And we cut it short. It hasn't been working. And if it was working, I think then we wouldn't have so many homeless people here in my district and throughout the state. So homeless women and children really should be addressed and taken care of. And I think that Representative Abercrombie, you're doing that. And I thank you so much for the work, and everybody on the committee for having worked on this, because I think that making sure our kids are housed is really, really important for stability, for their ability to do schoolwork, and for them to be able to graduate and get into jobs as they move forward. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one point of clarification. We're focusing on 21 months as the standard, but the current policy is you have 2 6-month extensions. So yes, you have to interface and have demonstrate still a demand or a need for the service, but there's really 33 months is current policy. I just want to make sure that point is clear, since there's been a lot of focus on the 21-month initial limit that is part in the statute and current policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to higher education right now. And that would be Representative Haddad and Senator Flexer. Representative Haddad, are you available, sir?
think Senator Flexer was going to go first.
Senator Flexer, are you on, ma'am? Representative Haddad, I think you're up, sir. I don't.
Okay. Let me just get my sheets. I was still on education. The number of changes on the higher ed sheets. We'll start with the Office of Higher Education. There are very few changes there except for the IT change with BAS. In the University of Connecticut, there's an additional $170,000 provided for the Institute in Municipal and Regional Policy. And there's a $20 million reduction in operating support to be replaced by ARPA funds. And we're the same as the governor in terms of deficiency funding for wages. At the University of Connecticut Health Center, there is as well, there's a $20 million reduction in the block grant for operating funds to be replaced with resources from ARPA funds. And similarly, there's help for deficiency funding and wages that we agreed that the governor should be provided. Under the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities, consistent with what we did at the UConn institutions, there's a total of $24 million of operating funds that are shifted to ARPA, and some additional funding for deficiency and funding for wages. Additionally, there's $315,000 provided for the O'Neill Chair funding, and a policy change with debt-free community college that would expand eligibility within available resources in the existing program to part-time students. I'd be remiss if I didn't just say one or two additional things. You know, the conversation this morning is centered a lot about funding sources and what's appropriate. I regret that the operating funds that were included in the governor's budget have been shifted to ARPA, but I certainly acknowledge and appreciate that those ARPA funds are available to us and that can be used in the short term by our institutions to get them through what is a very, very difficult budget situation. COVID has had a significant negative impact on our institutions of higher education and the budget scenarios. It's recognized in this budget by the provision of additional carry forward money and ARPA money. I wish it could also have been recognized by additional appropriations from the general fund. Ultimately, I don't blame anybody on this committee or even in the legislature, but this is a consequence of having a very inflexible spending cap. And we've heard through the morning a number of different priorities, investments that are critical to make in the area of public safety and investment in communities. And I see it very clearly here too, in terms of investment in future generations of leaders and in the economic engines that are our institutions of public higher education. And so hopefully we will get to a point where we can make those investments as they become necessary. And I'm grateful that we're able to cover those expenses in the short term with ARPA funds, but look forward to seeing improvements that are more sustainable in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Haddad. Are there any comments or questions? Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Representative Haddad had spoken of, there are significant shifts in the way this budget is constructed from the way the governor's budget was constructed. I think it's also fair to acknowledge that there has been significant growth in the dollar amount of the spending cap. And what I mean by that is because of a number of factors, the spending cap is not the same number that the spending cap was last year. And it is relatively flexible, right? We don't establish that limit based on last year's number. We establish that limit based on a number of factors. What this budget does is shifts, I don't know what the total is, $60 million out from under cap spending to non-cap spending, which if those are only going to be one-time expenditures, which it doesn't seem to ever have been with our higher education system, then I suppose it doesn't have an implication on next year's budget, which I'm not going to be around for. But the reality is somebody's going to look at that number and they're going to say, oh, this is $20 million less than we got last year. And so that's the part that's going to be the problem. Unless there's growth in the spending cap that would allow for that expenditure next year, it's going to be a cliff. And that cliff might be fundable through growth in revenue, and it might not. But what this budget reflects is, again, in my view, a shift from a general fund policy of expenditures to a blended policy, which are significant. It's not a couple of small things. These are large dollar amounts. And I guess in this case, it's somewhere around 30 million. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. It's just a comment on debt-free community college. When we talk about debt-free community college, I think it's important to note all the great aids that we have from the federal government, namely FAFSA, and in districts like mine, which is one of the poorest districts in the state, our students get fully covered most of the time. Not only that, sometimes they get checks back from FAFSA to cover books and other things. Once we look at this going further, I would love to look at how that can be more helpful to communities like mine on a state level, because debt-free seems to be shaking out more for the middle class than for folks in our neighborhoods. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So appreciate everybody's comments. Up next, we have elementary education, and elementary education is Representative Felipe and Senator McCrory. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The departments that we oversee are the State Department of Education, the CTEC system, the Technical Education System, Office of Early Childhood, the State Library, and the Teachers Retirement Board. And I'll go through those very quickly one by one. In the State Department of Education, the governor adjusted the ECS formula due to enrollment and also alliance districts that have changed. There have been 3 changes. Namely, the biggest one has been Norwalk. And he wanted to make sure they were held harmless. He thought that it would be.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Representative. If everybody can make sure they're muted so that we can hear the representative, that would be great. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thought that it would be more than appropriate to put their levels back to what they were under Alliance last year. So we did that, and we changed that by a little bit. We then provided we doubled the line item for bilingual education. There was a bill in education. We just thought it apropos that we do this beforehand to make sure there's not too much foot in our chairs when we get to bills and things of that nature. So wanted to make sure we're providing for bilingual education. We funded additional charter seats that were approved by the State Department of Education last year, but were not funded. We provided funding for American School for the Deaf. They were having a little bit of an issue the last couple of years being flat funded. So we figured it was good to give them a little bump. And the transfer of 3 affirmative action positions to CTEC, we ultimately decided not to do that. But in CTEC, we did have 3 new positions. And that was it, other than the chef settlement, which we have no control over. In CTEC, as I said, we did those 3 affirmative action positions. It's the only thing that we did in CTEC. In the Office of Early Childhood, we
Representative Felipe, I think your papers are hitting the microphone, so we're hearing your papers.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
No, we provided some funding for extra staff in Office of Early Childhood, and also there was a program to do universal home visits. It had not started yet. They wanted to do a pilot to study it, and we decided to put that into Bertha 3. State Library, we provided funding for the Library of the Blind and Physically Handicapped. And we also provided for Braille book collection. We put one position for electronic content management, and we did not do the DAS function as all of us did not. And then for teachers' retirement, there was a big change in the Medicare Advantage plan, and I don't think anything else of note. Oh, one thing I did forget to mention, I'm sorry, I'm working on old sheets. We also provided an SDE 1 million for adult education.
Thank you very much, Representative. Senator McCrory, do you want to add anything, sir?
Absolutely not. I think the young man did a great job. And like he said, the chef settlement is nothing we can, we have our hands off. There's nothing we can do with that settlement. However, we do plan to put some supports in place for those children and families who will be going out there. We'll be doing some things in the budget to make sure those families and children are supported, and those educators who are going to be having the opportunity to educate a diverse teaching population have the professional development available for them as we move forward. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Senator McCrory, for making me feel severely underdressed.
I'm headed to a function. That's why.
Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you so much for all your hard work in the Education Subcommittee. It's truly appreciated. I know that you had indicated that, or we had talked about holding the Alliance districts that had graduated harmless going forward for the next year. Can you speak to, has there been any decision on the 3 new schools that have been added to as new Alliance districts that are not receiving any additional funding like other Alliance districts have in the past? Can you speak to that?
So Alliance districts, just for everybody's knowledge, it's a classification. It doesn't necessarily come with extra funding. Something that was brought up, especially when you spoke about Plainsfield, was the poverty levels. I think that is something that we definitely need to look into the future, but it definitely takes a larger conversation on how we measure poverty in the state of Connecticut and how we fund for those students. So we're definitely sympathetic to those issues, but Alliance is a classification. It's not a extra pot of money for people to dip into. So for folks who have those kinds of poverty issues, ELL issues, special education issues, those are other things we have to look at.
I would agree it doesn't guarantee it, but historically this legislature has given Alliance districts additional funding every year for the new Alliance districts, ranging from $500,000 to some have gotten 1.2 million to help them no longer be part of an Alliance district. So, historically they have received funding. I know myself and Senator Flexer had to fight for 2 of our towns previously to get additional dollars as Alliance districts. So, if you are holding harmless districts that have graduated from the Alliance and they are continuing to get that higher level of funding because they were previously and additional funding.
Right.
I think that we really should look at the 3 new districts that have been added into Alliance districts and see what we can do to make sure that they are also compensated for whether it be poverty rate, et cetera. So I just wanted to make that and put that on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to add that you're absolutely right. We are going to hold Alliance districts who will actually graduate out of the Alliance category and hold them harmless to the amount of dollars they've been receiving. But like my colleague said, that's Alliance is just a category, and all it means is you will not lose any more funding than you had the prior year. But like my colleague said in your express, the concept, the idea of having conversations about weights when it includes poverty, bilingual education, and those things are a larger conversation we need to have when we look at communities across the state of Connecticut, and not just urban communities, but rural communities also. And that's a conversation we're going to have next year, especially when we talk about how we're going to look at this new ECS formula, if we have new ECS formula or more resources to the formula. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. All set, Senator Summers?
I'm not all set, but I'll stop my questions. Thank you.
Alrighty, Representative Dathan.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to first thank the committee, Representative Felipe and Senator McCrory for all of their work in this committee this year. It is really appreciated. I represent Norwalk, and this we did graduate out of being an Alliance district, but it wasn't like it was, we had made huge leaps and bounds. So the funds are really, really needed in our communities, particularly because the ECS weight does have such a high reliance on property values. And in Norwalk, you know, because we're in Fairfield County, property values are a little bit higher than they are in other parts of the state. So the ECS formula has been difficult, to say the least, for that. But I know it is a formula that, you know, the legislature has worked through in the past before my time. And I appreciate the committee looking at other ways that we can fund our districts, particularly our urban districts. So thank you for that. And I look forward to also hearing a little bit more about the bilingual education bill, because I think that is also super important for districts like Norwalk, and glad to see that is moving ahead. So that was all I had to say, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Senator Flexer, can you come on? There you are. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't know why this part of the budget was not called in order like other parts of the budget, but as it relates to the education sections of the budget, and when we're done with that, I think Representative Haddad and I do have something else to share about the higher education section of the budget. But the comment, I'd like to echo the comments of Senator Summers and start my questions there. And first, to clarify that since the Alliance program was created more than a decade ago, it has always come with funding. And I think there needs to be a recognition that because these communities, which the majority of my Senate district has students that attend Alliance District schools, these resources are used to enhance the educational program in those schools where there just aren't the resources because of economics. And what is not changing in these communities are the economics of the town. If you look at what communities are Alliance districts, they're the poorest communities in the state. And so these additional resources are necessary, whether or not the town is still struggling, because the minute we take these resources away, the economics of the town haven't changed. The amazing educators in these communities have done a good job using what are really very limited resources to improve the outcomes for their students. But when this money disappears, it doesn't change that community's ability to raise revenue for its educational system. So can you just detail exactly how the Alliance District funding was put together in this proposal?
Well, for the Alliance districts that were entered into Alliance, I want to make one thing abundantly clear when we look at Alliance districts. The difference between the 33rd worst school in Connecticut and the 50th worst school in Connecticut is really not much. Honestly, it's not much of a difference. And the way we have to look at it, I think, is rather than the classification of schools, more the circumstances surrounding those schools. As I've had conversations with Senator Summers, and so appreciate her bringing up the poverty in Plainsfield. It's really important, and I appreciate your bringing it up as well. It's important that we make sure that we're looking at that in a very thoughtful and intentional way. I don't think we have in the past. I think it is definitely a discussion to be had for your towns, especially if they are going through these things. But the conversation should not be around the classification of Alliance. It should be around what the poverty is like in your town, what ELL populations are like in your town, what special education is like in your town, and how we are providing for those services, rather than just because it's on a particular list, and not taking anything away from your community, and not saying that we won't do anything as we negotiate this budget. But as it stands, we really thought it apropos that when we introduce a new budget next year, we have a larger conversation about these classifications and what they mean.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm asking how the Alliance funding is contemplated, how it's rolled out in this proposal.
So again, the alliance, the concept of an alliance is a category. And basically what it means is you will not lose any money. If you're an alliance district, the only protection as far as an alliance district is the fact that you will not lose, your town will not spend any less money than it spent the prior year. That's the protection you have financially in alliance district. It doesn't come with extra pots of dollars, but it does protect you from losing money that whether the state, if it was reduce the amount of ECS or your community reduce the amount, you have been held harmless. That's the only thing that happens in alliance district. But like my colleague said, when we look at the budget next year, we should be more concerned about the economic conditions of the communities of which these children are being properly educated and put more weight towards that, as opposed to just looking at a category and say, we'll put you over here. And that coming into alliance doesn't provide any extra resources that your community might need. So that's the conversation we may have to look forward next year. And like my colleague said, there's not much difference between the community that's number 15 in alliance or number 33. The reality is, but there is a lot of difference in the economic conditions of those communities. And that's the conversation we need to have when we move forward with a new budget.
And to be clear, all of our communities also have federal funds that they're dealing with locally. Those are hard to spend in effective ways. And we think that, as we look at this budget, when we sit here and we decide that we're going to go through it next year, we're definitely going to make sure that they're not facing a cliff come 2025. That is something that we are very aware of, and we want to make sure it does not happen.
Okay, so I guess I'm just not going to get an answer here in terms of how this budget funds alliance districts based on what happened last year and what's going to happen in 2023.
No, you got an answer. It's in the write-up, and I said the 3 districts that changed, well, we did not give them any additional funding. However, the districts that were already alliance are being funded as they were before, the same way that we funded alliance.
So the same 3 districts are not being funded as alliance districts.
No, they are. One second. They are being funded as they were, and as Senator McCrory said, they're being held harmless. That is what alliance does. Other than that, we don't fund alliance districts differently than we fund other districts, other than what you said, with us giving additional money when they become alliance.
So are there any schools that are being newly designated as alliance districts and actually getting the funding stream through the alliance program?
There is, Senator Flexer.
No, I understand. I'm asking, are there any new towns that are being designated
There are 3
as
new
alliance
towns. Three towns fell off, 3 towns got added on. Representative Felipe said that whether it's town 30 or town 50, that there is no new funding. What happens when you come off of an alliance district, you then become subject to losing funds.
Yes.
And they became subject to losing funds that they would have lost at the beginning of them being put on an alliance district. And because of COVID and because of a lot of other things, they are being held harmless one more year. It does not mean that they will continue to get that funding afterwards, but no alliance district gets more money relative to the category of being on an alliance district. They just don't lose money. So that if they were subject to losing money because of population decrease or because of some weights decrease, they might lose money, but in this case, they won't lose money. The 3 that were coming off were losing money as they would have at the beginning of their designation as an alliance school. We're holding them harmless one more year as if they were still an alliance district. Okay.
So how many districts are there now, including the 3 that are being held harmless?
The same 30 that the number is 30.
33. There's always 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 more being added, correct?
3 came off and 3 were added on. That's the way it always is. It's not in a doesn't go above the 33 ever. Came off, added on.
So there's 30 or there's 33?
33.
There were 33. There are still 33.
Okay, thank you. That's where I think there was some misunderstanding. Okay, and then as it relates to the line items for the Department of Education. Can you, and for the Office of Early Childhood, can you talk about the changes with regard, I'm just pulling up the line item, with regard to the Family Resource Centers? And there's no change there, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the same as what the governor had proposed?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the bilingual education, what's the change there?
We doubled the line item based on a bill that is incoming from education.
And is that the ECS funding formula bill that was worked on in the Education Committee, or is that a different proposal?
That's a different proposal.
That's a different proposal that haven't had an increase in 17 years. That line item have not had an increase in 17 years. So just doubling it, I think about 1.4 million is doubling it. Sounds like a lot, but it's just an increase that has been increased in over 17 years.
And how is that going to use the existing formula, or is it going to be a different formula?
There's already a formula. There's a state formula that's already in play to reach that number, so that formula has not changed.
Okay, so it'll just be double the resources.
Right, exactly. Just doubling the resources. Yep.
Okay.
Just a note to our members: there's a difference between bilingual education and ELL. ELL is the weighted part of the formula. Bilingual education is different.
Okay, can you explain that a little more? That's helpful.
Yeah, so bilingual education is like dual language programs and things of that nature. ELL is English as a second language, or people who are coming into communities not knowing English and teaching them our language rather than more than one language. So ELL is the part that is in the formula, which we increased with the weights last year.
Okay, and that increased weighting is going to stay. There's
Yes.
there's going to double the amount of money for the program.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then just finally, Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out to Representative Felipe that when it comes to the debt-free community college program, when we created that 4 years ago, there's actually a separate grant that's given to Pell eligible students and other students of $500 a year, because there was a recognition that there are a lot of increased expenses that comes with being a college student, that a lot of people who qualify for Pell grants can't afford to cover all the other life expenses. And that's something in the long term, I think Representative Haddad and I and many others would like to increase over time, so this program could be truly accessible to everyone in the state. But that's why that program exists.
Thank you for that.
All set, Senator? Okay, Representative Abercrombie, followed by Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the chairs of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the increase to the birth to 3. I see that it's also included with nurturing families. I just hope as we go forward, we can figure out how much to give each. I will tell you that the birth to 3 is in dire need of these dollars. They did not get any of the CARE Act dollars. We've already lost some of these programs. So, you know, as we go forward, I think Nurturing Families does a phenomenal job. I've always supported them, but I'm really concerned about what's going to happen to birth to 3 if we don't increase that line item at least by the $1 million. So thank you to the chairs on that.
Yeah, I want to say, Representative Abercrombie, thank you for your advocacy on that, being on the subcommittee and speaking to us about it. It was really helpful. And I know they're going to miss your advocacy come next year. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Ryan.
Yes, thank you. I have a quick question regarding magnet schools and the learning centers, the regional learning centers, and the funding that they get for the magnet schools they oversee. There is a bill, I think, Senate Bill 227. I'm just curious, is there money in the budget to fund that bill if it should pass? Are you looking at in any way increasing the grants per student for magnet schools that are under the purview of a regional learning center?
Yeah, we do have a bill to address the magnet school formula and the rest formula funding. As we know that those are non-taxable entities and they don't have access to go back to their community to raise taxes. So therefore the state is responsible for that. that was a part of the Chef versus O'Neill settlement back in 97, 98. So we're actually really obligated to do that. They haven't had a raise in 5 years. Provide them resources going forward for the next 2 years.
Okay, so you're saying it is under consideration. That's kind of what I want to know. All right, thank you.
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
That as well as House Bill 5283, which is a bigger bill that has to do with the funding formula for all of our public schools. It's something that we're really looking forward to. It's a bill that will kick in when the cliff does to make sure that nobody's falling off. And we have made many concessions to make sure that the rest are included and are going to be funded the way they should be.
Thank you.
All set, Representative?
Yes.
Representative Curry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, thank you to the co-chairs of the subcommittee for your work and your leadership with regards to all things education. Just first, I point out to the staffing levels over at SDE. I know we have to live within limitations, but I'd be remiss if I did not continue to remind folks that this being one of the most important departments that we have in the state, that is essentially the feeder for all things after grade 12, is severely underfunded and understaffed. And so hopefully we can all work towards upping their staffing levels and giving them the support they need to ensure that they're able to fulfill the obligations that we have set forth for them as legislators. And to that end, going back to kind of our original conversation this morning, I mean, you talk about attacking things on the front end. Education is where we should be putting our money. And hopefully we're able to walk that walk and talk that talk later on this session. I want to point out and appreciate the comments of Senator Flexer and the leadership that she is taking around the conversations around the rural communities and the needs that they face, and sometimes feeling as though they may not be as involved in these conversations as some of our more urban and suburban centers, given that they have similar challenges. So hoping to have a conversation to help kind of put the right folks in a room to see how we may best address those particular needs for those communities in an equitable manner. And with regards to the alliance funding, there's always a lot of confusion around this. And so I think the easiest way to explain is that any increase that an alliance district has seen since 2012 has been considered alliance funding. And that increase, rather than being sent to the municipality as a pass-through, has simply gone directly to boards of education. And that's the process by which they now have to submit the plans and proposals to the State Department of Education that have to be approved so that they're using those in a manner that's addressing some of the challenges that those districts face. So it's not new money, it's just a different categorization of that money and a direction of that going to the boards of ed rather than the municipalities. So again, really appreciate all of everybody's work on this and look forward to taking this up for a full vote in the House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Rep. Curry, just on the staffing levels of SDE, it's been like pulling teeth to get them to tell us what they want and what they need. But we're working expeditiously because we do agree with you. Thank you.
Representative Curry, all set?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee co-chairs for their work on this. And really, there's so many nuances to our education funding, and it would be good to try and eventually equalize everything. And I know we've had some bills to do that. I'm not sure where we are with respect to the funding of those and what the process will be. I just wanted to, just make a few remarks about the fact that we have had a case called Horton versus Meskel that created the education cost sharing grant that hadn't seen any increases from the time that Lowell Liker was the governor all the way up until the most recent 2017 periods. We had other types of funding that came into districts to try and make up for some of the underfunding, but the way that the formula was constructed under Horton versus Meskel was to try and address the differences in the aspects of whether you had a poor community or a wealthier community, who could afford to pay for the schools. And so that was the reason that we had Horton versus Meskel. It came back twice to the court, and both times there were situations where we had redone the formulas. Every year, though, we get a little bit distracted in the legislature, and we fail to address the underfunding in the urban areas. The school districts have higher student per pupil ratios. They have a lot of needs because we have homeless children in the urban areas. Lots of homeless children need more help because they suffer post-traumatic stress disorder. And they need that really inhibits their capacity to learn. So these are problems that we have kind of ignored. But with the Alliance District money, and since 2017, when we decided to try and equalize educational opportunities in all the districts, we have been getting the money that goes, as Representative Curry said, directly to the schools. And that goes to the schools and is to try and address the underfunding that has occurred since, since around 1994. So we have had that underfunding all this time, and we've also, in the meantime, had a case called Sheff versus O'Neill to help create the magnet schools in the Hartford area because of the segregation and poverty. Some of that has been addressed, and we're talking about finalizing that settlement in education. And so I just wanted to be a little bit more clear about the underfunding that has occurred for years and years and years in our urban districts. We really need to make that clear because I think a lot of the representatives don't realize the suffering that has occurred for our students who haven't had the opportunities. In my district, I have the highest percentage of students that have a home language that is not English, mostly Spanish. And so what we need to do is we need to try and make sure that we do properly fund and make sure that we provide the students with the right kind of educational opportunities so that they really understand what they're doing when they take a test. For example, we should really take a look and make sure that when we provide monolingual testing, that we should be able to make a differential for students who have a home language.
Representative Johnson, are you almost all set, ma'am?
Yes, I am, Senator. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the underfunding that we have suffered for years and years and years. And I think there's been confusion listening to people in the Education Committee. And again, here today, I don't want to have people think that somehow that the trying to equalize this will create a problem for other people. So underfunding for our urban districts has been going on, and it's why we have the overcrowding. I also want to recommend that we don't underfund our rural areas either, but we want to make sure that access to education is the same all throughout the state of Connecticut. And I do have a question also with respect to the tech schools. One of the things that we want to make sure is we fully fund our tech schools. We have to have a manufacturing pipeline, I think, just like has been established in the Norwich area. I would like to see a similar thing happening here in my area where I have the Wyndham Tech School. And I wondered, in terms of trying to make sure that we help our students and get everyone in there who really wants to and can be a student in a technical school, exactly what can we do to make sure we expand that opportunity, and how's that being addressed in our budget?
Currently, we haven't looked at that in depth. I think the most important thing is that they are newly their own department. There are a few things that they have committed to last year that we have to see through, namely the hiring of world language teachers. We need to make sure that there's enough staff for all of our technical schools before we start talking about programming. But staffing is the first thing that we're looking to tackle. And we're making sure that through this budget, which a lot of it was done in the first year of our biennium, that we see some of those things through and then reassess come the new biennium.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And of course, staffing has been a problem ever since for several years, let's just say. But thank you for the work, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. I just would like to go back a little bit, and I appreciate the conversation about the alliance districts, but to be perfectly clear, the difference is that the ECS funding does go directly to the district, but everyone should know that when you're an alliance district, you are working very closely with the Department of Education as you move forward. So the turnaround office does provide supports, and they identify the needs of those alliance districts. So I just wanted to set the record straight a little bit about alliance districts. But if I may, I'd like to keep my remarks directed exactly to the appropriations piece. And on the bilingual education, and by the way, Representative Felipe, it's been a privilege to work with you. And I know your advocacy for bilingual education, but just to clarify, these dollars are only for bilingual education and not, because we'll see in another grant that we're looking at ELL funding. And I just like clarification that this does not involve any of those additional grants that are going to be going out to the school districts that they would be applying for. So that's the first part. Is that correct in your estimation?
Absolutely. The bilingual education is its own thing. It's been underfunded for 15 years. We wanted to make sure that we were showing some respect to that part of it, because I think we always we don't make that distinction between ELL and bilingual education, and bilingual has been left behind. But ELL is also something that is being supported, especially through our work on subcommittee last year with increasing those weights.
Right, and so we'll be addressing that later, I believe. But I just wanted that for the benefit of everyone to know the clarification. And then you mentioned earlier that the 3 positions will not be transferred over to the tech schools, but will their duty, was there a change in the function that these 3 positions are they going to be looking at teacher certification or other issues? If you just like to clarify that for a moment.
We were never really clear on what those positions were, other than the fact that they were affirmative action. But what we were told by the department was that they were working between multiple departments. And we figured that instead of that being the case, that they be specialized in each department. So we left those seats in SDE and put 3 more positions in CTEC just to make sure that they have what they need. But I am not clear as to what those positions were exactly.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question, the $1 million to the adult ed education. Can you just speak to that for one moment?
Representative Walker, you want to take that one for a second?
The adult education grant has in the past for the last 15 years been capped, and it's never been fully funded. So we tried to address that last year. We thought we had added the amount that was declared by the State Department of Ed, but at the end of the year, State Department of Ed said that wasn't the accurate amount. So we asked them again, what is the accurate amount? And that's where we came up with $1 million.
Okay, that helps. Thank you very much.
And I would also be remiss if I didn't thank you as well for your advocacy and the role that you play on our subcommittee. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
All set, Representative McCarty? Representative Pavlak D'Amato, you've had your hand up and it is now down. I'm just curious, did you have a question, ma'am?
Just a quick one. I mean, my understanding about the Alliance district was that there was like conditional funding or a grant, certain grants that the districts could apply for that others couldn't. So I don't know if, I mean, I understand it's maybe not separate or additional funding, but additional opportunities for funding. I mean, am I wrong?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the area of charter schools, I remember during our public hearing, there was a conversation about at least putting some money in the budget for what would have been a startup charter school in the Danbury area. If I read the write-up correctly under charter schools, I don't see anything about that. Is that something that the subcommittee chose not to go forward with? Or was there some other mechanism of funding for that at least startup measure through you, Madam Chair.
Those changes were made after the subcommittee had concluded business. But that write-up was part of our recommendations.
So it was the recommendation of the subcommittee to provide resources, at least for them to get started the way the other charter schools have in the past iterations, and that these dollars then are for funding continuing seats that were already in the system.
But both were in the budget, but Danbury is no longer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions for the elementary education, and we're following the process of going down the subcommittee assignments that are posted on the appropriations page. And number 11, number 10 was elementary ed, and we are now on number 11, which is judicial and corrections. And the two chairs are Representative Candelaria and Senator Winfield. Representative Candelaria, are you available, sir?
I'm available.
Would you
So
like to go
we'll
through
begin with.
Go ahead, sir.
We'll begin with Division of Criminal Justice. Here we just there was a small change by the committee. There was a reduction of $1 million funding that was provided under the Public Act 20-1, Police Accountability. This is for the storage, development, and annual maintenance costs to collect, review, and utilize large volume of digital evidence. So that was reduced by $1 million, and that's basically it on this agency. We'll move forward to the Department of Corrections. Again, as our chair had previously indicated, the IT dollars those are not being it's not being transferred. So as all the other agencies, the only thing in this particular agency that we did differently is that we added $3.5 million for fiscal year 23 to cover the cost of inmate messaging. Again, as you know, that the inmates will be using tablets, and this is just to avoid the costs associated with them messaging with family members. And that's it for corrections. Moving forward to Judicial Department. In the Judicial Department, there's a couple of changes, and I'll talk about those. Currently, we're providing funding for juvenile planning. That's to support Juvenile Justice Planning and Oversight Committee, $100,000. We allocated $2.2 million for fiscal year 23 to reflect a 5% increase in judges' salary. We also allocated $600,000 for youth services prevention account. We transfer funding of $1.1 million from OP into Judicial for Project Longevity. And we also allocated $2.3 million in fiscal year 23 for increased support to Project Longevity. Continue current on the current services, everything is the same as the governors. So that's it for that agency. The Public Defender Service Commission. There is no changes with this agency, same as the governor. And that's it. I don't know if my Senator Winfield would like to add anything.
Senator Winfield? Sir, I think he's all set, Representative. Anything else?
That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, we do have one question from Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the messaging goes, you had mentioned something prior about storage, and I thought you said there was a reduction, but does the 3.5 include storage for the messaging, inmate messaging?
I have a little bit of trouble hearing you on my end. Can you just repeat that question again?
Does the 3.5 million for inmate messaging, does that include storage as well?
The inmate messaging, no, that's just associated with the cost, not for storage.
Oh, so is there, which line item or where is the storage?
Here.
She said, Representative Candelaria, she's asking, is there a line item specific to the storage of this? And they tape everything in the Department of Correction. There's no specific line item relative to that.
That's correct.
And then the judicial, the judges' raises, the 5%, I can't remember what they were asking for. Were they, I mean, it seems like a lot, but are those for, well, what were they asking for? And then does that include the new judges? Just not sure how that all fits in, or is it only existing judges?
I'm just trying to get to that line item.
I think it was it 2 million? 2 million different?
Hold on.
So Representative Candelaria, as you know, the report, there was a report that was done on judicial compensation, and that's where the recommendation came from, on the report from judicial compensation.
Yeah, and that's correct, Madam Chair. The thing I don't have a form, I'm actually scrolling up and down on my computer.
That's why I figured I would help you out.
That's why it's taking me a lot longer, but yeah, that's the recommendation of the report that we received.
Okay. And then is that for new ones? I know we're swearing in a bunch of new judges as well, as they come in this year, have been recently and continue. So how will they be affected?
Those will be allocated whatever salaries are appropriated. I don't think this would apply to new judges coming in.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The judges increases. I mean, God, I hate to say this, you know, especially having to go in front of them, but you know, it's hard to compare state by state. You know, if you're not a judge, you go into private practice, and if anything, and you know, there isn't, you know, any private judicial market, let's say. So, you know, and if you're barred in Connecticut, there really isn't other states to go to. So, you know, I remember the testimony and you know, some saying about retaining, you know, good judges, but I have a hard time with some of those numbers, considering, you know, some of the other things that we are trying to fund. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Chair, and Representative.
All set, Representative Candelaria, Senator Winfield.
All set.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, this is another area of the budget where there is a lot of ARPA money allocated to cover some of these expenditures, I believe. And so again, on the point of continuity and continuing effort, I'm not sure that is the same demonstration as having those funds be general fund funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And so that we do have, for the public's edification, we do have 2 other subcommittees in appropriations that meet on an irregular basis, depending on what's going on. And one is a collective bargaining, and they will be meeting next week relative to OFA's review of the CBAC agreement and the graduate students agreement that we will be looking at and voting on the following week after that. So right now we're going to head into the ARPA dollars. And the ARPA dollars, everybody should have already gotten the documentation relative to ARPA. We are at generally speaking, the ARPA dollars hold a variety of things in them. I think we are thankful for the dollars that are in here. They do hold dollar amounts for almost every state agency. As has been discussed, some will have ongoing consequences, many do not. So we do have dollars in, we still will have some $373 million left over at the end of the opera dollars that are currently available. And why I say that is because last year when we finished the biennium budget, we had 217 million left over, but through using some of the surplus dollars to replace the ARPA dollars that were used as revenue resources in the general fund budget, we were able to move some 700, almost $800 million over. So what does it hold in here? It holds a variety of things that have already been talked about. It also holds in it some access to infant and toddler spots. We put some $2 million there. Care for Kids is $10 million. Early childhood has $15 million in it. We had a very popular program on a farm to school that we added $250,000 to it. We added $14,500,000 for over $14 million for the domestic violence groups. We added private provider support of $20 million. There's a scholarship fund called the Roberta Willis after one of our former colleagues. That's we added an additional 20 million in often cases because the underlying budget holds some dollars, such as the shelters had $5 million for current year and $5 million next year. That's already in the underlying budget. We added expansion of current school-based health centers to include mental health. That's $7 million. There is a climate smart farming program, $7 million. Vouchers for commercial electric vehicles, that would be business vehicles that are trying to become electric fleets. That's $10 million for grants for them. And commercials learners permits, which is the precursor to CDLs, that's $3 million, and that's generally the reentry training programs that would be both in the prison system and those that are in halfway homes to provide them with an ability to get a job. As we all know, CDL drivers are in short supply, and this is an attempt to do that. Relative to the emergency services, we did put in a ability for rural communities to put in for grants about this $2.6 million relative to that particular issue to continue a grant that was a federal grant before. Hasn't been around in a while, but based on speed enforcement, we added in $2.6 million for that. Representative Walker, did you want to highlight any specific areas in ARPA?
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to point out that the private providers was an important increase that was put in, and it was divided between the general fund and ARPA, because I've gotten a couple of texts from people asking if we did contribute that. The issues on the child care, I can't emphasize that more and how important that is because of what we've heard and the areas of problems for the industry. And I think you spoke about the VOCA funding in judicial, which is also in here. And the reason why that's put in here is because many of the programs are in between right now federal funding. The federal funding we think will be back with especially the victims of crimes and the violence prevention issues. will be back in by a year and a half from now. So we're hoping that we only have to do 1 year's funding, but if necessary, we'll have to do 2 years, but it will be picked up by federal funding going forward. Let's see. There are some contributions to the college system, which I think is really important. I understand the fragileness of the funding source, but the point is to try and continually support our higher education systems in the best way possible with what we have right now. And I'm extremely happy with the Roberta Willis contributions. And I think those are the highlights for ARPA.
Thank you very much. And on to carry forward. Just to highlight some of the things that are in carry forward. We have in carry forward some contributions to our state universities and universities. We accepted a lot of what the governor said, but not all. We have also funded a gambling prevalence study. It's overdue by 4 years, so that's $1.2 million. We also funded a salary adjustment for non-union employees in the state. As we all know, we have a compression problem, and so this will roll out at least the wage increase for non-union employees. That's $23 million. And this is where we fund some of the Office of Early Childhood. That is $74 million for the Office of Early Childhood pay increases for the workers. We do have a $3 million dredging study. This is something that will impact the total coastline in Connecticut from New York up to Rhode Island. And what it does is often we have a problem dumping dredging materials out in the open ocean. And what this will do is to study the material that needs to be dredged and other alternatives to that dredging in order to get out from under the concerns that New York State has. This will provide us with some of those resources. We did provide a small dollar amount, $65,000, for an e-commerce program for businesses to be handled by community colleges. And essentially, that's it on the budget, ARPA, and carry forward. Any other questions before we go to the vote on the overall budget? Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for providing that overview for you and the Representative Walker for providing the overview of the ARPA and the carry forwards. I just want to reiterate the point that in those there are expenditures that are direct recurring expenditures, and then there are others that have been characterized as one-time expenditures, but are commitments to organizations and policies that the expectation by those organizations is going to be that there will be a continuation of that funding. And so I think it sets an expectation in some cases as well, where we are creating a cliff, and frankly, it allows in a way to be able to circumvent the spending cap and allow policies within the general fund to be either be new policies or expanded of existing policies by using this one-time revenue for these recurring expenses. I think that's a concern that we have. Why I don't deny that the many of the places this money is going is important and should be funded. They should be funded within the spending cap within the general fund and not using this one-time revenue for recurring expenses. It's going to create a challenge going forward. I think the other areas of concern, since you said we're going to the vote next, that prior to that is a major part of this coming budget is the CBAC agreement for our state employees. We don't have a final estimate on that. We're assuming that the governor's estimate is accurate. It'll still be several more days before that is available to us. I think that's a concern that we should not be lost in that thing. And I think that just overall, from a policy perspective, once again, a vote against the budget is not to state that the policies that are embedded in this budget are not worthwhile. It's just a matter of we need to be responsible in how we're paying for those and the priorities we're establishing. Since we all know that how we fund government is the priorities we set in policy for our state and how the residents know what the priorities we have. So those are my concerns. And while I will be a no vote on this budget, once again, it's not the individual policies necessarily, but it is that the spending is not sustainable in its current form, and it should be in order to serve the residents of the state of Connecticut better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to align myself with many of the comments that were made by Representative France. Like most of you, I've seen the governor on TV recently talking about all of his accomplishments. And I think in fairness, many of the accomplishments of the last couple of years predate this governor. We toiled over a budget that many thought we couldn't put together in a bipartisan way some years ago. And I think it was during the Malloy administration when Republicans and Democrats came together and talked about important things like living within our means. Certainly those predated COVID. No one could have anticipated COVID when we put that budget together. But even through COVID, those early years of that budget have provided us with a very stable financial situation that in part has been created by living within certain parameters. When I look just at the carry forward section and I think about future ability to fund these line items, I only have to look at two, number 46 and 47, one being reserved for salary adjustment for non-union employees, 23 million, and early care and education, 74 million. And I can't help but say, what kind of a long-term commitment should anyone take away from the way those two things are being funded? Living within our means has never been an easy thing. But as I said at the onset, because of a number of factors, the spending cap increased this year, I think by over $500,000, and still we can't live within that. Imagine, we cannot live within that. And so in the years to come, it's going to be difficult for this committee to continue to fund all the good things that are in this budget. And in some cases, all the important things are in this budget. I'd like to also point out that, again, the same exact area, line 34 and 35, provide funding for deadly weapon offender registry and provide funding for state gun buyback program. Under this budget, they're defunded. So I'm hoping that in the weeks ahead, we'll continue to have an opportunity to work on ideas that are in this budget and the funding mechanism by which they find their way into the budget, in the hopes that I too can support a document, just as I did last year, that kind of puts the state on that more stable, steady pathway where we're not last in this and last in that. Madam Chair, you and I have had a number of conversations about, the obligation, and I think we all, in one way or the other, committed to the business community to help them with the unfunded liability for unemployment. Again, I remember the governor standing up and saying, you're not going to be alone in this. We are going to help you. And if I understand this document with all the funding that's in it, ARPA, carry forward, general fund, not one nickel has gone into additional funding for that liability. It ultimately ends up as a tax on business at the minute they go and hire somebody new. So even if they survive COVID from a business standpoint, and they are now out in the community trying to increase the number of employees they have to provide services to people in the community, retail opportunities, it's a tax on payroll. And that's exactly what it is. And so I'm hopeful in the next couple of weeks, this budget's going to look different. And I'm hoping that it's going to also take into account what I think was at least a tacit commitment on the part of the governor and perhaps the rest of us in trying to make sure that businesses are not left with the expense of unemployment. We told people to stay home. It was the right thing to do when COVID hit. Leaving them with that burden is not the right thing to do, Madam Chairman. So for today, I'll be a no on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Abercrombie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to align some of my comments with my colleagues of Senator Minor and Representative France. You know, our fiscal house is in really good shape because of the bipartisan budget we did in 2017. I don't think any of us here can deny that, right? I think we're in a good place with our rainy day fund. I think we're in a good place paying down our pensions. But let's not forget that part of the reason why today our fiscal house is in good order is because of the federal government and the dollars that we have received from them. And I understand people's concerns about in the future and giving false hopes. But if you ask any of the private providers out there, if they would rather have a one-time infusion of dollars to stabilize them or have no dollars because they can't be carried into the future, I can tell you right now, they'll take the one time. So I understand the concerns about going into the next budget and being able to pay for some of these programs and services, but at the same time, why would we turn down federal money? We have gotten under Medicaid a huge increase of federal dollars, 6.2%. We've gotten over what we get in the past, which in just the 3 months of this legislative session is $212 million. Why wouldn't we reinvest that back into the program? So I understand concerns, but I will just say to all of my colleagues, this is a really good budget. This is the first time in 10 years that we have really been able to help the residents of this state, whether it's through education or you all know, and I make no excuses for it, where my heart lies in the human services, and we should all be proud of this. So thank you to the chairs.
Thank you, Representative Abercrombie. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to give a shout out to all the work that went into this, into the budget, because there's no doubt that from a policy perspective, there is so much good in this budget. But I also have to, while what Representative Abercrombie talks about, and the opportunity that's given us by the federal funding is so incredibly important. I have to flash back to what Representative France was talking about, the unsustainability of this budget, and my fear that we're using not temporary, but we're using one-time dollars to create, in many cases, what are going to be permanent programs. We already are looking at an out-year deficit in 2024 of $1.4 billion. And we haven't even gotten off the ground yet. So I do have concerns, and within, the Appropriations Committee, which is a finance committee, it is not a policy committee. Our job here is to talk about the budget itself, and sustainability is something that in Connecticut we have been challenged on for quite some time. And while I love so many of the programs that are in here, with my appropriations hat on, I gotta tell you, I'm going to be a no today in committee. And like Senator Minor referenced a few moments ago, I certainly hope over the next couple of weeks, as we iron out the finer details, that we consider doing what's necessary to separate out and insulate the taxpayers from creating permanent programs with one-time monies. And you know, when we can look at this thing and not already be somewhat assured of a you know, $1.4 billion 2024 deficit, you know, then and only then can I vote yes for the budget. And I hope to do that on the floor of the House. But for today, my no flags this as being something that I believe really needs a lot more attention. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of the committee chairs, the subcommittee chairs. You know, a lot of work went into this. I think we still have a little work to do, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative France for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I neglected to ask one question regarding a detail in the bill itself. On the T line T288 and 289, there's, I just want to get some clarification where T289, it removed the Covered Connecticut program for $15.6 million, and then funded on T288, the Connecticut Virtuosi Orchestra. And what is behind that policy? But secondly, is that supposed to be under the Office of Health Strategy?
289, you said, sir?
288 and 289, it
Hold on.
appears, since they're equal amounts of funding, that Covered Connecticut program was reduced $15.6 million, and then the Connecticut Virtuosi Orchestra was covered. So I want to clarify that, but also why that's covered under the Office of Health Strategy.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Lesser.
Madam Chair, through you to the honorable ranking member, my understanding is that the Covered Connecticut program is being moved to DSS from the Office of Health Strategy, since we've now approved the waiver to make it more of a permanent program.
And I don't think that, I think that that's an error in calculation on the saying it was Connecticut Virtuoso Orchestra. It's moving, it's Covered Connecticut in both lines, sir.
Okay, so that should be Covered Connecticut program in both lines. Is that correct?
Taking it out of Health Strategy and moving it over to DSS. I'm sorry, sir. We'll fix that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so I'm going to make a final statement. Representative Walker, do you have any final statements on the budget, ma'am?
You know, I'm sitting quietly because I'm trying to listen to everybody's comments, but I guess I'm most concerned about the fact that the sensitiveness of funding in our budget has not been unique. This is a problem that we've had for years and years and years. Funding is something that is determined by the individuals that are in the General Assembly at that time, and the issues are determined by that. We look at education funding. Education funding has been, we've been told over and over again that it's not enough, and yet we still don't seem to get a real formula that is necessary, that is going to provide us with the funding that makes it an equal opportunity for all children in the state of Connecticut. We did put money in to, fund issues that we would like to have for longer periods of time. But as my good friend, Representative Abercrombie's pointed out, we are in a very tight situation. And I think that it's important for us to understand that helping people now with the federal dollars is the best thing that we can do until we can figure out how to make things more permanent and more clear. This budget provides those issues that we've heard over and over again from so many people, and people talking about getting paid at higher rates because our minimum wage was so low. And now we're addressing those in many areas. Child care. If we don't have child care, we don't have people that ability to do jobs. There's no support for them. we need to make sure that we are looking at all of the things that people are saying from the pandemic and before. These are the items that we need to address over and over again until we get a standardized formula. Is it the best? I think it's a pretty good bill because of the fact that we've had so much input from all of you. I would wish that people would understand that funding is something that changes every year, because we're not sure what we're going to have in the budget in revenue next year. Each time it changes. So right now we're taking care of so many people with what we've got in front of us that I ask everybody to understand this will change next year, yes. And it's not just because of the federal, it's because there will be different issues that are going to come to the forefront. So I thank everybody for their comments. I truly take them to heart and I truly listen to them, because this really becomes a very hard task to try and balance to make sure that everybody gets covered. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And for a final comment from me, first, I want to thank everybody for participating, both Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate members. You've all worked very hard. This is a very personal document. And I want to, in particular, thank my co-chair, Representative Walker, for always being there at 6 in the morning when she's out walking and I'm on the treadmill and we're talking about the budget, to 10 o'clock at night saying what more can we possibly do to make sure that everything's going. We do have a number of members that will be leaving the legislature this year, but you have provided a lot of information that has formed the basis of this document. And so I just want to say that for me, this is a COVID relief budget, a budget that meets the immediate challenges we face today while investing in an equitable future. Last year's biennium budget laid the groundwork to make transformative investments in our cities and towns, in education and in healthcare, and we continue to maintain those investments and build upon them. This year, we make investments to expand services to address the mental health crisis impacting our children, increase assistance for the very tireless workers at our nonprofits, and provide funds to ensure victims of violence and domestic violence are supported. We consistently heard from parents and business advocates that the childcare industry is the backbone of our economy. To that end, we made sure to provide a historic level of funding to stabilize the childcare industry, to ensure that our residents can get back to work with the comfort that their children will be cared for each and every day. We've done this all with an underlying philosophy of not repeating the mistakes of the past and ensuring our long-term fiscal stability is maintained and strengthened. We've made great strides in this regard, with our nonpartisan office reporting that revenue growth will outpace fixed cost growth, creating a positive structural balance in the out years. And we will be paying more than $1 billion this year, and recently put $1.6 billion in supplementing pension payments. And we have the largest rainy day fund in our state's history. I want to thank you all for thinking about these things very hard and representing your communities very well. And I, in particular, need to thank our staff, Sue Keen and her staff, and the nonpartisan staff in the Office of Fiscal Analysis, the Office of Legislative Research, and our Legislative Commissioner's Office for recording and documenting and making sure that we had the accurate numbers to make this. Thank you all very much. And Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, on House Bill 5037 at JFF LCO 4394. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor, no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie,
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes no to flag it. Thank you.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Haddad,
Paul Bobby Gibson.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall, Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Kennedy, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
one more time for me, please.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Papalactamato,
Papalactamato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Susan.
in the middle of a roll call vote at the moment, Senator McCrory. We'll get back to you in a moment. Senator Summers,
Can you hear me?
Excuse me.
Senator
Susan, can you hear me?
No to flag.
Thank you. All right, if you all don't mind, I'm going to call Senator McCrory. Senator McCrory, how would you like to
Senator
vote?
McCrory votes. I couldn't hear you.
How would you like to vote, sir?
Senator McCrory votes yay.
Thank you, sir. Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
are there any members who have not yet voted who would like to cast their vote?
Representative Hall? Representative Hall
Representative Hall,
votes yes.
thank you, sir. Representative Gibson,
Thank you. This is Representative Gibson. Representative Gibson votes yes.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So, hi, Representative Kennedy, how would you like to vote?
Representative Kennedy votes no.
One more time for me, please.
Kennedy votes no.
Ah, there you are. Thank you.
Got me? Kennedy votes no.
Gotcha.
Senator Minor, did you already vote, sir?
Actually, I did, and I'm not looking to change it. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Just wondering.
But I just wanted to be sure. I'm not sure what your plan is with regard to holding votes open. There may have been.
Yeah, I was just
some-
going to say that we're holding votes open until at least the end of the meeting, maybe longer.
Thank you. And that way, at least, people can wait till the end. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll hold the votes open until at least the end of the meeting, and we'll discuss that as we go through. So up next is I'll entertain a motion on House Bill number 5036, an act making deficiency appropriations for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
So moved.
JF. It was moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Abercrombie. Discussion? Representative France. Kobe, go.
I have one question for the record. Do you expect this to be the final list of deficiencies for this biennium or for this session?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
On House Bill 5036, the motion is a JF. Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley,
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan,
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative France,
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie,
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes in the affirmative.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall, Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes. Kennedy votes yes.
thank you. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Luxembourg,
Sorry about that. A little bit late. Senator Lopes votes yes.
thank you, sir. Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Thank you. Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCory votes yes.
thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to cast their vote who hasn't yet done so? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Item number 3 is next, Senate Bill number 9, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations for general government. It's JSS with
So
LCO
moved.
4290.
Second, Nolan.
Moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Nolan. Discussion. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you summarize the changes that are proposed in this bill?
Essentially, it moved from, removed from the governor's recommendations, language relative to the Contracting Standards Board and on section number 5 and 6, and it also changed the mill rate to conform with the dollar amount that's in the budget of $100 million from 29 mills to 32.46.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is one of the example of one of the policies that I described when we were debating the budget as a decision that was made that takes $100 million out. And while I appreciate the effort that's been made over a number of years to try and change the funding formula for taxes to local governments, we have seen this body approve such things and make commitments to make the towns whole, and then 1 year or 2 years later, not provide that funding, which puts the towns at a disadvantage now with a reduced grand list effectively because of the reduction in the mill rate allowed on vehicles. And essentially what that does is then shift the cost further to the real property owners in the town. And so, which does include those that are renting, because those costs are passed along in increase in rent as well. Well, I appreciate the intent of this. I think this is an example of one of the policies where we are relying on ARPA and carry forward for recurring costs. That this is one of those examples of that where we probably should not have been doing it at this time. So for that reason, I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Branson. I would like to see us get rid of the car tax completely. But thank you very much. I see no other questions. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll.
On Senate Bill 9 at JFS LCO 4290, Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
One more time for me, ma'am.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Nolan votes in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Candelaria votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarello.
Senator Ciccarello votes no.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes no.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
One more time, please.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
one more time, sir.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato,
D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario also votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes no.
One more time for me, ma'am.
Senator Summers votes no.
Thank you. Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Is there anyone who has not yet cast a vote who would like to do so? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Up next is item number 4, Senate Bill number 396, an act concerning revisions to the teachers' retirement system statutes. It will be JFS to the floor, LCO number 4200.
So moved.
Moved by
Second,
Representative Goldman, second by Representative Belinsky. Discussion, Representative Porter.
You can't hear you.
Well, I don't see you either. Representative Porter?
She is.
Oh, there you are.
Thank
Okay.
you. I just found my unmute button. Sorry about that. I'm gonna get myself a t-shirt. I just wanted to flag this for the record because the current language, is the language in lines 160 through 64 and then 224 through 25 of this bill, still removing the Children's Center of Hampden from the state teacher retirement effective July 1, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I am gonna have to vote no to flag this because they're a private nonprofit and they would be unable to compete with local school districts regarding teacher salaries, and the teachers that work there, they do it because of the passion, and they actually serve some of the most vulnerable population of students in need in Hampden, and this would really cripple them. This would limit their salary resources. They wouldn't be able to hire and retain these professionals by offering them, the participation of the retirement system, which is really, a bargaining tool for them. So I'm going to vote no today to flag this, and it is my hope and fervent prayer that this will be corrected and that they will be included, because as I stated, this would really dismantle that center in a way that would be detrimental, not just to the center and the children, but to the community and to the town of Hampden as a whole. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just so everybody's clear on this, these are recommendations by the Teachers Retirement Board to conform with current practices, and what they say is current legal obligations that they have. I understand there is some concern about this issue. This has been a long time in coming, and so I would ask people to support this to get it through the committee for those couple of small changes that may be made, but those changes may not be able to be made. We may have to look at other alternatives. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote yes today, but I'm grateful to the chairs and the leadership of this committee for working with myself and Representative Porter and others to address CERC and the Hamden issue that are embedded in this bill. And grateful for your accessibility and willingness to work with us on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
On Senate Bill 396, a JFS motion, LCO 4200, Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan votes yes with the cost of flagging it.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
One more time for me, sir.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Belinsky.
Walensky in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria.
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarello.
Senator Ciccarello votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
One more time.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Kennedy.
Votes yes. Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
One more time.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
There you are. Thank you. Senator Lesser. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Papalakamano,
Tomato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the negative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Tercia,
Representative Tercia votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator
Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone who has not yet cast their vote who would like to do so?
Madam Administrator, yes.
Thank you, Senator
Senator.
Hartley.
Hi, sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am. All set, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Up next is item number 5, Senate Bill number 397, an act concerning library service for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or have other disabilities. It's JFS LCO number 4291.
So moved.
By Abercrombie, second by Abercrombie.
Moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Abercrombie. The changes in here are keeping the library for the blind under the state library, giving them their own line item in the budget. So what happened last year where they were cut wouldn't happen without the knowledge of the people in the Appropriations Committee, making sure that they have some resources for Braille here in Connecticut, not just in Utah, and that their staffing is designated directly for them. And it also requires that they have a representative from the Commissioner of Aging and Disability so that they can have someone that is directly understanding of disability issues. Is there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
On Senate Bill 397, the motion is the JFS LCO 4291. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Minor votes yes.
One more time for me.
Minor votes yes.
Thank you. Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Belinsky.
Rep. Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
One more time, please.
Candelaria votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
One more time.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
There you are.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall, Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
thank you. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Papalato,
D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative, please.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario also votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
One more time, please.
I'm still voting yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Tursiak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Anyone care to cast their vote who hasn't already done so? If not, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I'm clocking this thing, it seems like we might be here through breakfast. If we had a way to come back to the chairs with a consent list on our end, would that be helpful?
That would be very helpful, sir. If you want to take 10 minutes to meet with your caucus to determine some items that may be amenable to both sides of the aisle, that would be wonderful.
All righty, thank you.
We're going to take a 10
that'd be
minute. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be coming back at 10 minutes after 1.
Madam Chair, can you put me down for a yes on that last vote?
Madam Administrator. I can't put it down, but you got that, Madam Administrator, from Representative Nolan?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. So I suggest all of you take a quick coffee break, maybe grab a quick sandwich and use the facilities if necessary. 10 minutes.
Madam Administrator?
Almost
Madam
made a quick getaway, Senator Lesser. Yes, sir.
I think sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt your getaway. I missed the vote, I believe, on Senate Bill 396.
Correct.
Okay. Senator Lester wishes to vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Administrator?
Yes, ma'am.
Just so you know, we're coming back, everybody's coming back on now, and we're going to develop a consent calendar, just so you know. We're going to start with items that will go on consent and then revert back to ones that may not. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if I had a request, it would be that if we have an agreement on the consent list, which may be sizable, that we actually vote on that consent list, if you don't mind. I know there are a couple of members that have some other commitments. Thank you.
No problem, sir. I see that both you and Representative France are back now. Senator Minor, my understanding is that you would like to develop a consent calendar. Is that true, sir?
That is true, Madam Chair, and if I could have my able-bodied assistant, Representative France, maybe state that list, that would be helpful.
So what I'll do is I'll call each one so that we can identify the LCO for that. He's given me a list, and so
Great. Thank you.
So we have for members of the committee, we are establishing a consent list, and Senate Bill number 398, item number 6, Senate Bill number 398, an act concerning accountability for the expenditures of funds received by the state, JFS LCO 4301. Representative France.
That is correct.
Sir, would you like
Move
to
that to consent calendar without objection.
Without objection, this item will be moved to the consent calendar. Everybody should pay attention right now. We're going to go through these pretty rapidly. We have a lot of items to be put on the consent calendar. Item number 7, Senate Bill number 401, an act concerning disbursement of municipal revenue sharing account funds, JFS LCO 4297. Representative France.
Without objection, move to consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 8, Senate Bill number 403, an act reestablishing funding for the homeowners elderly and disabled circuit breaker tax relief program, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, move to consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 9, Senate Bill number 404, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes affecting appropriations, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 10, Senate Bill number 405, an act concerning the Teachers Retirement Board and valuations of the Teachers Retirement System, JFS LCO 4292. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 11, Senate Bill number 452, an act concerning the Mashantucket, Pequot, and Mohegan Fund, JFS LCO 4340. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 12, House Bill number 5431, an act concerning funding received by the state under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, JFS LCO 4356. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 13, House Bill number 5432, an act placing the State Contracting Standards Board within the Legislative Department, JFS LCO 4352. And the title will change on that one once this is accomplished. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no, wait a minute, Senator Flexer.
What will the title of the bill be?
This will be relative, it won't be within the legislative department because it's not going to go within the legislative department. We're going to use the GAE language for the meats of this, and this will just have it within it, the confines, making this an item that's a pass-through budget so that it's not intimidated or in any way changed by the executive branch.
So the JFS language is simply a budgetary bill?
Yeah, we only have budgetary items in this one. We're using your language out of GAE for the meat and potatoes of the Contracting Standards Board.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam, do you have objection to placing this on the consent calendar?
Do not. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 14, an act establishing a council on mental and behavioral health program oversight, JFS LCO 4377. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 15, House Bill number 5434, an act concerning legislative approval of the expenditures of federal block grant funding, JF. Representative France.
Without consent or without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 18, House Bill number 5437, an act concerning equity in the governor's budget, JFS LCO 4295. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 20, Senate Bill number 228, an act concerning opportunities for students to participate in pathway programs and the provision of information about the availability of technical education in career schools and regional agricultural science and technology centers, JFS LCO 4310. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 22, substitute for Senate Bill number 231, an act concerning the State Education Resource Center, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 23, substitute for Senate Bill number 232, an act concerning the excess cost grant for special education, JFS LCO 4296. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 24, substitute for Senate Bill number 273, an act concerning a review of the statutes governing teacher certification and the creation of a career and technical pathways instructor permit, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 25, substitute for Senate Bill number 427, an act concerning various revisions and additions to the education statutes, JFS 4304. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 27, House Bill number 5280, an act concerning the provision of bilingual education in Connecticut, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 28, substitute for House Bill number 5282, an act concerning the inclusion of Asian American and Pacific Islander studies in the public school curriculum, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 30, substitute for House Bill number 5321, an act implementing certain recommendations of the School Paraeducator Advisory Council, JFS LCO 4307. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 31, substitute for House Bill number 5466, an act concerning assorted revisions and additions to the education statutes, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 32, Senate Bill number 195, an act increasing the minimum amount of assets that may be retained by the spouse of an institutionalized Medicaid recipient, JF. Representative France. Community Ombudsman Program for Home Care, JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item number 35, House Bill number 5370, an act increasing the compensation for participation in military funeral honor guard details JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. House Bill number 5213, an act concerning payments to voluntary fire companies for responding to calls on limited access highways and at certain other locations JF. Representative France.
Without objection, recommend consent.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Madam Administrator, we threw a lot at you. Could we call the consent calendar, please, ma'am?
Be happy to, Madam Chair. Item number 6, Senate Bill 398, which is a JFS LCO 4301. Item number 7, Senate Bill 401, proposed action JFS 4297. Item number 8, Senate Bill 403, proposed action JF. Item number 9, Senate Bill 404, proposed action JF. Item number 10, Senate Bill 405, proposed action JFS LCO 4292. Item number 11, Senate Bill 452, proposed action JFS 4340. Item number 12, House Bill 5431, proposed action JFS LCO 4356. Item number 13, House Bill 5432, proposed action JFS LCO 4352. Item number 14, House Bill 5433, proposed action JFS LCO 4377. Item number 15, House Bill 5434, proposed action JF. Item number 18, House Bill 5437, proposed action JFS LCO 4295. Item number 20, Senate Bill 228, proposed action JFS LCO 4310. Item number 22, substitute for Senate Bill 231, proposed action JF. Item number 23, substitute for Senate Bill 232, proposed action JFS LCO 4296. Item number 24, substitute for Senate Bill 273, proposed action JF. Item number 25, substitute for Senate Bill 427, proposed action JFS LCO 4304. Item number 27, House Bill 5280, proposed action JF. Item number 28, substitute for House Bill 5282, proposed action JF. Item number 30, substitute for House Bill 5321, proposed action JFS LCO 4307. Item number 31, substitute for House Bill 5466, proposed action JF. Item number 32, Senate Bill 195, proposed action JF. Item number 34, substitute for House Bill 5227, proposed action JF. Item number 35, House Bill 5370, proposed action JF. And lastly, item number 36, House Bill 5213, proposed action JF.
Representative Curry, do you have objection to any of those being placed on consent?
No, I just had a quick question with regards to item number 6. The LCO, is that 4301 or 4601?
I have 4301, Madam Administrator.
I have 4301, but we'll double check that.
No, I believe that is correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I said otherwise, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
If I could please have a motion and a second, Madam Chair?
Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative France. We have a motion and a second on the consent calendar as identified. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan. Oh, hold on. She's coming in. I'll swing back. Is Representative Dathan in? Representative Dathan, we are voting on the consent calendar.
Yes, apologies. My computer shut down. Representative Dathan votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative France,
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie,
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
All right.
could we please, thank you. Representative Betts, if you could vote one more time for me, please.
Certainly. Representative Betts votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Ah, great. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Susan, thank you.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lopez,
Senator Lester votes yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
One more time, please.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlak-Amato, Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers, Representative Tercia,
Representative Tersiak votes yes. Sorry about that. Thanks.
okay. Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has not yet cast their vote who would like to do so?
Heather Summers.
Representative Gonzalez. All right, Senator Summers first, please. Hi,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. So now we're going to go down to item number 16 and 17. Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item number 16, I would like to recuse myself, Madam. And if we're calling both of them at the same time, on the next item, item 17, I would like to recuse myself.
Madam Administrator, I just want to check for the record, is it okay to accept both of those recusals for 16 and 17 so that Senator Hartley doesn't have to come back on in the interim, or does she have to do it in front of both of them?
I believe that we would be fine with her. She just will not vote on either bill. So we will make note for the minutes. We have that on the recording for the minutes. So I think we're fine.
So Senator Hartley, you are recused from both item number 16 and item number 17.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So I'll entertain a motion for House Bill number 5435, an act establishing a task force on substance use disorder services and the expenditure of the opioid.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Sims, and that's a JF. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion.
Can
Senator
I just ask one question?
Yes.
What item number was that on the agenda so I can follow along?
I'm sorry, it was 16, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, seeing no discussion, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
On House Bill 5435, the motion is a JF. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan votes in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Senator Minor votes yes.
Thank you. Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts. Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria is a yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes, Representative Hayes, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
I got you. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCoy votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato, Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Tercia,
Representative Tersiak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone who has not yet voted who would like to cast their vote now? If not, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And item number 17 is up next, House Bill number 5436, an act concerning legislative oversight and approval for the expenditures of
So moved.
opioid litigation.
Second, Malinsky.
Representative Dayton.
It's moved by Representative Walker and seconded by Representative Dayton. I just want to say for the record that Senator Hartley has recused herself from this vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
House Bill 5436, the motion is a JF. Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley, Representative Dayton,
Representative Dayton votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan votes in the affirmative.
One more time for me, please.
Representative Nolan votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative France,
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie,
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky is a yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria say yes.
More time, please.
Candelaria say yes.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes
Hold
yes.
it, I gotta vote. Hold on 1 second.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes.
I'm sorry, Representative Farrar, I didn't hear. You're muted.
Oh, Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson says yes. Votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Votes yes.
One
And
more time.
Kennedy votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
one more time for me, please.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zalestowski votes yes.
Is there anyone who has not cast their vote who would like to do so at this time? If not, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Item number 19 is up, substitute for Senate Bill number 1, an act concerning childhood mental and physical health services in schools. It's a JF. I'll entertain a motion for this.
So moved, Nolan.
So moved. Representative Dathan.
Okay, Representative Sims moved it and Representative Nolan seconded it. I would just like to say for the record that this is a work in progress. This bill is not complete. It will have significant changes to them. I've asked people's indulgence to pass it through as it is, understanding that it will see significant changes. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for clarifying. That was going to be one of my questions. I will be voting no to flag the bill for consideration, but I understand the work that's still going on to make it before it gets to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. there any further questions or comments? Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out that this is a bill that was in front of the Education Committee. You're saying it's a JF, but I understand that it is a work in progress. I just would like to point out that I certainly hope that under Section 3 with the Human Services permit that was talked about, I had drawn some attention to, if we're providing mental health services to our children, that those professionals do have to fall within the scope of their work. I know that's not exactly an appropriations, but it may be because there'll be new people coming into the district. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think that's important. And then also, as this goes forward, that when we have the opiate antagonists in the schools, that was my understanding that there would be no cost to the school district. So just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am glad to hear that this is coming out as a continued work in progress. I will also comment relative to Section 3 and raise a number of red flags around that section with grave concern on what that potentially may look like with regards to who has certifications, who doesn't have certifications and such. But we'll look forward to a continued conversation on that. And I would hope that the proponents would also, as they're working through and we're trying to find the best ways to provide resources and people to the students within the schools, that there is a larger conversation and we are a little bit more inclusive with regards to our school counselors and our licensed professional counselors. But today I will be voting this out to continue that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion or comments? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
Senate Bill 1, the motion is a JF. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor is no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts. Representative Belinsky.
Coming inside the radio station with me.
Representative Belinsky respectfully passes. I'd like you to come back to me, Madam Administrator.
Absolutely, sir. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no with the flagness. Thank you.
Representative Curry.
Read that. Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Dillon votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
There you are. Thank you. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro.
All right, hold on. Brett, hold on.
Hello?
Representative Ferraro.
Hello?
Hi.
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Thank you.
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Gotcha. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCoy votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlik-Amato,
Pavlik-Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no due to the work in progress.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Representative Betts, I see you.
Madam Administrator?
Yes, sir. How would you like to vote, sir?
Representative Betts votes no.
Thank you. And Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Representative Belinsky votes yes for this work in process.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to cast a vote?
Can you hear me? Representative Betts votes no.
I got you, sir. I heard you. Anyone else want to cast a vote before we move on? Okay,
Did you get me, Sue?
I did, sir.
Thank you.
I'll set Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Up next is item number 21. Substitute for Senate Bill number 229, an act concerning the process by which a charter is granted and funding is provided for a new charter school.
So moved.
It will be JF,
Second.
moved by
Nolan,
Representative Walker, seconded by Representative Nolan. Discussion? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, if you could take the, oh, wait a minute, Representative McCarty. You gotta
I
get
apologize.
fast on that.
I know, I know I do. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I always feel compelled to make a remark if I'm not going to support an item. So I just want to flag this today in that I'm still looking at the process, and it's my hope that we can come to some kind of an agreement that we can satisfy all parties concerned. I've always stated that I'm interested in helping all of our students, which that's accurate, but I do still have some issues with this process, so I'm still working on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to align my remarks with Representative McCarty. I agree that we have to still work on the process. And I'll be really happy to work with Representative McCarty on the process. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
On Senate Bill 229, the motion is a JF. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor is a no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie.
Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts. Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
I see Senator Ciccarella now.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Haddad votes no.
Representative Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes no.
I'm sorry, someone muted me. My apologies. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes no.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes no.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes no.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Lopes. Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes no.
Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator McCrory.
Just because it's getting a lot of no votes from them.
If I may ask that members please mute themselves because I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Great, thank you. Senator McCrory. Representative Paris,
Administrator, will you come back to me, please?
certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Pavlik Damato,
Pavlik Damato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Porter is going to vote in the negative to flag this. I have many concerns on this bill. Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Representative Rosario,
Rosario votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes no.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes
A
yes.
minute, yes, I'm in the middle of the.
Representative Betts, Representative Ferraro,
Yes. Couple of things. I got kicked off, so I just got back on. I think I made a mistake. I was looking at what we voted on. We voted on SB 1, and I said yes.
yes, sir, but we're in the middle of the roll call on Senate Bill 229. So
Right.
I can't go back to Senate Bill 1 at the moment.
Okay, well, I want to revisit that later. Can I?
You may.
Okay,
So
thank you.
so if you could let me know how you want to vote on Senate Bill 229.
What item number was that?
That's item number 21.
Thank you. I'm a yes.
Okay. All right. Senator Flexer.
I'd like to change my vote, Madam Administrator, to a no.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am. Representative Abercrombie.
Like to change my vote to a no also, Madam Administrator.
Thank you, ma'am. Got it. Representative Rosario.
Madam Administrator, I would like to also change my vote to a no.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Madam Administrator, I want to change my vote for no.
Ma'am, got you. Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan is going to change his vote to a no.
all right. Is there anyone else who either hasn't voted yet or who wishes to cast it? Representative Candelaria.
Representative Candelaria would like to change his vote to a no.
Okay. Representative Paris.
Representative Paris will vote no.
Thank you, sir. Representative Gibson.
Senator Gibson will vote no.
Yep, we went over. It's all DPRC.
Who haven't I gotten yet?
You have Representative Gibson and Representative Ferraro have their hands up.
Yeah, I know Senator Ferraro wants to go back a vote. I just want to make sure that I have every vote cast on 229 who wants to vote. Okay. So, Madam Chair, are you comfortable with us going back to Senate Bill 1 so that Representative Ferraro can change his vote?
I figured Representative Ferraro wanted to change that vote. I think that's fine.
Okay. Representative Ferraro on Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Susan. Yes, I would like to change the Senate 1 vote. I guess, was that item 19? What was that?
That's correct, item 19.
I'd like to change that to a no, ma'am.
Okay, got it, sir.
All righty, let's go on to item number 26. And just so, Madam Administrator, just so you know, we do have a technical session, a tech session coming up at some point in the next few minutes. I'm going to have to recess the meeting and just to do the technical session. So just so you're aware of that.
Thank you, Madam.
Up next is item number 26, substitute for House Bill number 5038, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education, JFS LCO 4305. I'll entertain a motion for that bill. Is there a motion for that?
Moved by Abercrombie.
Moved by Representative Abercrombie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Dathan. Discussion, Representative McCarty.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just like a bit of clarification, if I may, on this bill. So originally, this came in front of Education Committee, and we talked about the FAFSA application and not having it as a mandate for a high school graduation requirement, allowing the parents to have a waiver. But I did see some worth in having our students looking and filling out the FAFSA. And can you explain to me, is this in this new language? Because I had printed off the bill last night and I don't see anything about FAFSA. I'm not looking for a mandate on the schools or additional funding, but I do believe that there's some value there. And so I'd like to know if that is totally out of the bill, and then going forward, if we could have more discussion.
You can always have more discussion, absolutely. And my understanding is the FAFSA recommendation or requirement is out of the bill right now.
So for clarification, so there's nothing about FAFSA in the bill. Okay. Well, I'd like to.
That is my understanding. You know, that is just my understanding.
Okay, well, I'm going to support it today, but with the hope that we can continue to talk. So there's no mandate on the schools, no funding, but that we still encourage our students to fill out the form. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
Certainly. On House Bill 5038, a JFS LCO 5305, Senator Austin.
Senator Austin, in the, wait a minute, Representative Rosario, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know if I could change my vote on one of the bills.
Can you wait a minute, sir? We're in the middle of another vote, so can you come back on that? Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Madam Administrator?
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker. Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan. Representative Nolan, I just saw you. Where are you? Okay, I'll move on. Senator Minor.
Senator Minor is a yes.
Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie.
Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Betts. Representative Belinsky.
I'll pass for now, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria is a yes.
One more time for me, please.
Candelaria votes yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Chicarella.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
265038. Okay, thank you.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
There you are. Gotcha. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes. Representative Gibson votes yes.
I got you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
One more time.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes. Kennedy votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
One more time, please.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes. Senator Lopes votes yes.
thank you. Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Paris,
Representative Harris votes yes.
Representative Pavlak Amato,
Pavlak Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yeah.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone who has not yet cast their vote who would like to do so?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, or Madam Administrator,
Hi, Representative Nolan. If you
I'd
put your
like to
camera
vote
on
in
for
the
me.
affirm-
Yeah, if you
I'm
put
sorry?
your camera on, if you put your camera on for me, your video on for me, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties there.
Gotcha.
Could you just remind me the bill?
Yes, sir. It's item number 26, House Bill 5038.
I'll be in an affirmative, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
And also,
Representative,
Madam Chair, Madam Administrator, will you be going back to bills after or,
I will be going back to bills after, sir. Yes.
okay,
Okay. Great.
Madam Administrator,
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get you, Representative Belinsky. I got you.
thank you very much. Representative Belinsky votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to cast their vote who has not yet done so? Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
all right, up next is item number 29. House Bill number 5285, an act concerning the public school curriculum, JFS LCO 4306.
So moved.
So moved,
By
Representative
Representative
Dathan. Second by
Moved-
Dathan.
Moved by Representative Reyes, seconded by Representative Dathan. Discussion, Representative Belinsky. Representative Belinsky, you are muted, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for that. This is a subject, climate change, that's taught in just about every school in the state of Connecticut, including ours here in my hometown. So, I just oppose the mandate itself. Our curriculum is good the way it is, and because of that, I'm gonna just flag this with a no as a mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would align my remarks with Representative Belinsky. This is taught in many of our schools. I'm not one who likes to put mandates on our school districts. I think they're all moving toward this, which is a good thing. But for today, I will be a no. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll align my comments with those of my colleagues. I am not in favor of mandating this at the state level. I believe it should be left up to the local boards of education. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, please.
Certainly. On House Bill 5285, the motion is for a JFS LCO 4306. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan.
Nolan in the affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor is a no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie.
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Betts. Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky is a no on the mandate.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria is a yes.
Senator Ciccarello.
Senator Ciccarello is a no.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry is a yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Representative Dillon.
Dillon in the affirmative.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
One more time for me, please.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Senator Flexer.
Sorry, Madam Administrator. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no. Kennedy votes no. Got me?
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Lesser, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Pavlak-Amato,
Pavlak-Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Rosario also votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Anthony.
Senator Lesser,
Yeah, hang on a second. Hang on. Let me go. Senator, I'm sending.
Senator Lesser, hi.
Hi, Madam Administrator. Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to cast their vote who hasn't already done so? If not, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Administrator, after recess for 5 minutes for a tech session, which is requiring us to recess, I would suggest that if people have a reason to contact you about a prior vote or missed the prior vote, that they can do so in this 5-minute interim.
That's great. I will do that. I will do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So Representative Rosario,
Yes, Madam Chair. 229,
229. Yes, sir.
I would like to change my vote to a yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
you got it. Okay. So, on the, I'm just gonna go through where I know I'm missing. votes.
Susan?
On the, yeah, I'm gonna go through this one by one, Charlie, hold on. On the consent calendar, Representative Pavlak-Amato
Pavlak-Amato votes yes.
and Representative Sanchez. Representative Sanchez? On the consent calendar, and you have several votes you need to catch up on, sir.
Sorry about that. I was on the phone.
Okay, so the first vote is on the consent calendar.
Rep Sanchez votes yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Item number 15037, I am looking for. I think just Representative Sanchez. Yes, Representative Sanchez. Representative Sanchez, don't leave me.
My apologies. Rep Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, item number 2. Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Sanchez.
Rep Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. On item number 3, Senate Bill 9, Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. On item number 4, Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. On item number 5, Senate Bill 397, Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. On item number 16, Representative Betts. Representative Hayes. Representative Pavlik D'Amato.
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
And Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
On item number 17, House Bill 5436, Representative Betts. Representative Hayes. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes aye.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody on item number 19. On item number 19, Senate Bill 1, Representative Hayes. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes aye.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Item number 21, Senate Bill 229. Representative Betts. Representative Hayes. Senator McCrory.
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Thank you, sir. I think I have everybody on that one.
Madam Chair, or Madam Administrator, while you're
Yes,
on
sir.
that bill,
Yes, sir.
while you're on that bill, I had changed my vote. I would like to rechange it because of misinformation, please.
Gotcha.
So I want to be a yes on 229.
Okay, got it.
Madam Administrator, I'm in the same boat on
Okay.
229. I'm also a yes.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Administrator, I want to share those same comments with 229. I want to be a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Gibson, you as well?
Yes,
Excuse
Madam
me?
Administrator.
Thank you, sir. I got you now. Anyone else wish to change their vote on Senate Bill 229?
Representative Candler would like to change his vote to a yes.
Okay.
Representative,
Anyone else? Representative Paris?
yes, ma'am. That will be the same for me as well.
Okay, gotcha. Anyone else?
Representative Gonzalez, via yes.
Okay,
Madam Administrator, this is Representative Delaney. Is my vote for 229 already a yes?
yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else on 229? Okay,
Representative Porter.
yes, ma'am.
Susan, I'd like to change my vote to a yes. I'll vote in the affirmative.
Gotcha.
Susan,
Yes,
thank you. On 229, I'd like to switch my vote to a yes.
you got it. Anyone else on 229?
You have, Madam Administrator, you have a number of hands up, and I'm not certain if they're on other bills or not. You have Representative Ferraro, who has
Yeah.
his hand up.
I know, but if I could just get through this, I think we'll solve that problem, Madam Chair.
Okay, yep.
Okay, on item number 26, Representative Baker, Representative Betts, Representative Hayes, Senator McCrory, Senator
Senator
McCrory?
McCrory votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Item number 29, House Bill 5285, Representative Baker, Representative Betts, Representative Hayes. I think that's it. So Representative Ferraro, is there any other vote we need to change for you?
No, not changing. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a vote when I was disconnected from my line.
You are fine. If I haven't called your name out on any of these, you're fine. I've gotten you on everything.
Okay.
I see that Representative Baker has now joined us. Madam Chair, if I may get his vote. Representative Baker?
I gotta go finish voting.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna go out in the hallway.
Representative Baker?
Okay. Yes.
Representative Baker, on item number 26, House Bill 5038, would you like to cast your vote?
Yes, I do. And that one was basically, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then the next item is item number 29, House Bill 5285.
Yes. Representative Baker votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think everyone who is on is now put up.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Madam Administrator, we're going to come back from recess and we're going to item number 33, substitute for Senate Bill number 197, an act concerning temporary family assistance. It'll be a JF. I'll entertain a motion for this bill.
So moved by Abercrombie.
Moved by
Second by Walker.
Representative Seconded by Representative Walker. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, wait a minute, Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can we get a brief summary of the change in this bill for TFA?
So it is not, it is no change, but I'm going to give this to Representative Abercrombie, who who is going to go over this, and that was Senator Duff behind me. So
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what this bill initially does is it changed the timeline under TANF from 21 months to 60 months. It is in the budget currently. I think when we were going over the DSS budget, I explained what this does. This provides monthly cash and employment opportunities for families. I think if we really want to help people out of poverty, we need to look at our programs periodically. And because the utilization has been going down year after year for this program, we have the second lowest in the country timeline under this program. So what we'd like to do is really help more people by changing the timeline to 60 months. I hope that's helpful. Representative France?
I was just waiting for the chair to send it back, but I'm fine with that. Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you for the summary. I appreciate that. And as I recall, if you confirmed the average across the country, I believe was 28 months of usage. Is that correct?
No, most of them are higher than that. Most of the federal allowable is 60 months, and most of them are close to 60 months. I actually have a chart that I could send out after this meeting that gives the exact timeline on it. Plus, there's other changes in other programs also that have to do with assets and things like that, which ours doesn't include in this proposal.
Well, I appreciate that summary, and from my perspective, as I look at it, it is as the demand is going down, money's being left on the table. I'm not certain extending it is going to open it up. I would certainly want to continue to look at this before it gets to the floor. I'm going to flag it for a no today because of that, and hopefully I will get additional information, and that vote will change when it comes to the floor. Thank you.
So if I could just add to that a little bit, you know, I understand what you're what your thought pattern is, that if people are not enrolling now, what would the difference be at 60 months, right? So I think that's kind of what you're looking at. I think that what we're saying is 60 months gives people more opportunity to get training, get a job, do whatever they need to do, right, to become self-sufficient, right? And because of the work that goes into having to apply and then reapply, we believe that individuals are not partaking in this program. And we think by going to the 60 months, it's really going to help families more so than right now. I think the other thing to take into consideration is there's a lapse in this program every budget cycle for the last 3. And we're not talking a couple of $100,000, we're talking millions, right? So with truth, right? Why not give it the opportunity to go to 60 months? What hurts anybody if it helps more families become independent? Because after the 60 months, right, they have to come off the program, right? So what does it hurt by giving it the opportunity? That's kind of what I would say.
And I appreciate that perspective, and I guess I'm taking the other perspective that if we've given them 21 months plus 2 6-month extension possibilities, and we've left money on the table each year, then there's not the demand to go out to 60 months. But I do understand your perspective that the challenge with applying for it and the shortness of the duration may be an impediment to some. So I appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative France. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too appreciate the explanation that has been offered. So when I think about what this budget does and what it may not do, one of the things that I've said a couple of times today that it doesn't do, especially in some cases, is it doesn't represent itself as being a change in longevity or in perpetuity. And when I think about $5.5 million, which is what I think the fiscal note is on this concept, I think about all the other things that have been moved into or even out of some of those one-time opportunities of ARPA or carry forward dollars. I understand the reason for providing a safety net. I think we've talked for many years about the benefit to providing some stability, especially when people are getting educated or trying to better themselves through an education. It provides necessary dollars to maintain a family at some level. I'm not saying at median income or anything like that. But to extend the time period from 30-something months, which, let's be clear, it's 3 years. So it's not like it's a 30-day window or a 36-week window. That's 3 years. So someone could currently sign up for all sorts of programs, classes, technical school opportunities within that 36 or so months, and certainly better themselves, provide more opportunity for their family. So it just seems to me that there's a lot that we could do, even if it was to eliminate the 2 6-month requirements that someone check back in. So there's a lot that we can do between where we are currently and where this bill takes us. And so for those reasons, I'm a no on the bill today, and we'll see what happens if it, I guess it'll probably find its way into an implementer bill somewhere. Thank you.
So Madam Chair, if I could just respond for one moment.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Abercrombie, and then we have Representative Curry who has a few comments.
Sure. So I'd like to just give you a quick scenario of an individual that might be partaking in this program, right? So I'm a mom. I have 2 small children. I didn't graduate from high school. I'm eligible for the $600 a month, right? Now I decide I want to go back for my GED, right? I have to find a babysitter. I probably don't do it in the amount of time that most people do because I have to extend that because of other circumstances, because I still have to work and I still have to find time to be able to go to school. I get my GED, it takes me a year, right? From there, now I have to figure out what do I want to do for a job, right? So maybe I start training to become a CNA, right? Through that process, that could take another year or two for me to get that certification. Now we're already up to 3 years, right? In the meantime, I still have to provide for my family. The $600 is a cushion, because no offense, $600 is not a lot of money, right? It's a cushion to help me be able to get on my feet. Now I get a job after 3 months, after 3 years, right? But it might be still a low wage job because I haven't gotten to the position through my certification. So it's really, I'm not judging anybody on their vote on this. I'm just saying that when we talk about timelines, a year, 2 years, 3 years, in reality, that's not a lot of time when you have a whole bunch of other things going on at the same time. And that's why I think if we really want to try and help, especially women with children, to get out of poverty, I think moving to the 60 months will be very helpful. The other thing is, to go to Senator Minor, just real quick, this isn't ARPA dollars. This is lapsed dollars that have been lapsing every single year. And shouldn't those dollars go back into DSS programs instead of going into the general fund? I think they should. And that's why we're putting this money right back in to help the individuals on human services, which is what that is supposed to be doing. And that's why I think it's important for this bill to pass. So I just want to, just for the record, because you guys know when I get passionate about something, I just have to plead my case. And I really do believe that going to the 60 months, we will help more families. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm just letting you know, all 3 of you are retiring from the General Assembly this year. All 3 of you are the ones talking on this issue, and we're going to remember it. So up next is Representative Curry, and then Representative Nolan. And I would remind all of you, this is the last bill we're talking about. So I would remind you again, this is the last bill that we're talking about. Thank you.
Message heard, Madam Chairwoman. And actually, I don't need to say much because Representative Abercrombie just went through it. When not standing here in my Capitol office and over at my mortgage paying job, I help to oversee a SNAP employment and training program. And I work directly with folks that Kathy just mentioned, or Representative Abercrombie just mentioned, and the barriers that they have to get through some of these certification and actually degree programs. And what they have to do to get up to that point. And so providing this flexibility and that additional time is really going to help a number of people have a little bit more comfort in getting themselves involved in one of these programs and being able to see it all the way through. So I will be supporting this measure and appreciate the work Representative Abercrombie has done on this. Thank you.
Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have to commend Representative Abercrombie for her push to make this come to fruition for these for our residents that are in dire need of a little bit extra. This is the exact thing that we are supposed to be doing to make sure that we just push a little harder to make things possible for people, even if it is for the short time that it is. Thank you very much, Representative Abercrombie, and I will be supporting it.
Representative Johnson, and you stuck your hand up, just reminding you again, Representative Johnson, this is the last bill. You are the last person. I would remind you, we are talking about today, not back to Lowell Weicker. So if we could keep our comments relative to this bill, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Love you.
I do. I so appreciate you, Senator Austin, and I appreciate the remarks of Representative Abercrombie and everybody else. So thank you so much for your work. I just want to thank everybody for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Madam Administrator, if you could, I don't see any other hands up to talk about the bill in question. And I guess I called all the wrong governor. It was Meskel before, even farther back to Weicker. So if you could call the roll, please.
So it was Weicker.
So, Madam Chair, I gather you'd like me to call the roll on the last bill
Please do. I'm sorry.
on
Come
Senate
back
Bill
and-
197, which is a motion for a JF. Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley,
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Representative Dathan,
Representative Dathan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan votes in the affirmative.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative France,
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie,
Abercrombie votes yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Ciccarello,
Senator Ciccarello votes no.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Representative Dillon,
Where'd she go?
Representative Dillon,
Madam Administrator,
yes, ma'am.
Representative Dillon would like to vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Kennedy, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Senator,
Senator McCory votes yes.
Representative Paris, Representative Paris, Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario also in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers, Representative Turcia,
Hang on here. There we go. Representative Tersiak votes yes.
thank you, sir. Representative Wilson,
Thank you.
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski, all right, let me go through these one more time. Do we have Representative Betts? Representative Gibson? Representative Hayes? Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Representative Kennedy is a no today.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Lesser? Representative Paris?
Madam Administrator, Representative Paris is a yes.
Thank you, sir. Senator Summers?
Senator Summers votes yes.
And Representative Zawistowski?
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Administrator, with your indulgence, if we could leave the votes open until 3:30, please. Thank you. And so we're going to wrap up this meeting of the Appropriations Committee, really our last big meeting for the Appropriations Committee this session. And so I'll see if people want to give last comments. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we opened up this particular meeting, I appreciate the opportunity working with both you and Representative Walker as the chair. I think we've had a good collaborative discussion throughout the session and has gotten to where we are. We may not agree on everything, but I've appreciated the opportunity to have conversation and be heard and come to agreement on many things. Also, thanks to Sue and the rest of the staff for their support of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Senator Austin. As some people have already said, I think we owe a debt of gratitude to the people that work behind the scenes. And I would say that goes beyond the folks in the Appropriations Committee. There are a lot of people, nonpartisan staff, that have worked from their office, from home. This time of year is very busy. And of course, we've been blessed with, I think, a 1,700-page feedback agreement. So I'm sure their heads are spinning at this point. I am looking forward to the next month or so of us working together. And it's certainly been a pleasure for me to both work with you, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, kind of through thick or thin. So I'm looking forward to the next month, and I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to be in each other's company, despite some of the restrictions that continue to this day on the third floor. I'll make sure I walk downstairs so I get to say hi to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo the sentiments of my previous colleagues here, because I really, like I said before, I love appropriations, and it is amazing because it does have such strong support in the back rooms that people don't realize. And it's people like Sue Keene who keep us totally straight and on point, even when we get upset about how rigid she is about us sticking to times and making sure the schedules are done and everything. It makes us look great, even though we're giving her a hard time all the time. So Susan, I love you. Thank you very much for everything you do. I want to thank all the OFA staff. With the stress of everything that's going on, they have come through on everything that we needed, and they're working double and triple time because they have some staff members that are not around. They're ill, and so therefore it becomes very cumbersome for them. I thank Neil and I mean, I just can't even begin to go through all the list, but every time we've asked for something, they've come through bleary-eyed because they'd had to stay up maybe all night long or something, but they've done such a great job of providing us with information. And I do feel badly because we thought that everything was going to be finished with the budget, but unfortunately we'll be back here next week with the CBAC agreement. So we could say goodbye now, but we're going to be right back here next week talking to each other. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for being a good partner, and I mean, giving me the gift of laughter in times where we really sometimes could punch a hole in the wall. So I thank you for all you do and your passion in doing the job that you choose to do so heartily. And I just thank everybody for doing their job, and all the chairs and everything. So thank you. We're exhausted. Thank you, ma'am.
And Madam Administrator, if you could let us know what we have to do in the next week or so, what is on our calendar, please?
Well, Madam Chair, as appropriations is the gift that keeps on giving. Representative Walker is right. We will all be together again on the 18th, probably in the morning at 10 o'clock. I have not nailed down that time precisely, but probably around 10 o'clock, where we will hold a public hearing on both the CBAC agreement and the UConn Grad Student Assistance Collective Bargaining Agreement. And let us not forget, my friends, that and Senator Minor is one of these little rascally rabbits, as is Representative Curry. Those screening committees in the caucuses have been busily putting together lists of bills that will come to appropriations after today and tomorrow. So I anticipate we'll see a lot more of each other, my friends.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. And then I just want to say thanks to everybody on the committee. And thanks to our staff of the Appropriations Committee, the nonpartisan staff in the Office of Fiscal Analysis, Legislative Research, and Legislative Commissioner's Office. And of course, there is our partisan staff who have been bolstering our spirits as we've traveled through this in all 4 caucuses. Appreciate all of you. Look forward to seeing you. Remind you that we have more work to do. And Madam Administrator, I'm going to read Representative Walker. She says she's got something.
Yes, I'm sorry. I humbly beg her forgiveness, but we also owe a debt of gratitude to Heather Bannister, who is our new LCO, who has learned that she can type a whole bill out with no sleep. So, I mean, and the beauty of Heather is she's extremely concrete, and we're up in the air, and it's great working with you, Heather. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot. I saw her sitting there looking very tired, and I said, "Oh, there, Heather."
So thank you, everybody. We are going to recess until 3:30. I look forward to seeing you all again in a couple of days. Talk to you soon.
Madam Administrator, I think I missed a couple of, I think I missed a vote.
I think I circled back to you, Madam Chair, but let me just double check.
It was towards the end. It was,
yeah.
It was after.
I think before we went on to the next vote, I grabbed you. No, you're all set.
I'm okay. Okay. Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Ah, look at all my friends with their hands raised. Representative Reyes, what can I do for you, sir? Representative Reyes.
Thank you.
There you are.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. I believe I missed a vote, or maybe a few votes.
I thought I called you, but let me go through them very quickly. I think when I went through the votes just a little while ago. Oh, you may have missed one towards the end. You're right. Hold on. No, you're good. You're all caught up.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you.
You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. Representative Delaney, what can I do for you, sir?
Hello, Madam Administrator. I just wanted to double check to make sure I hadn't missed any votes.
Okay, let me just double check. No, sir, you are all set.
Yes, ma'am, and I wanted to ask for number 19.
Mhm.
I'd like to inquire, did I vote yes on number 19?
Let me check. And number 19, you voted yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to change my vote to a no.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
Cool.
See ya. Representative Gibson, my friend, what can I do for you?
Hi, Susan. Did I miss any votes towards the end?
I think you did. You missed the last vote, actually, item number 33, Senate Bill 197. And that concerning sorry?
You're speaking?
Yeah, I was just doing the title. It's the Temporary Family Assistance Bill.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, are we done for today or?
We are
we're
done
back
for
at 3:30?
we are done for today.
All right, thank you.
You're
Have a
welcome.
great day.
You too. Hi, Representative Felipe. What can I do for you, sir?
I'm just double checking if I missed any votes.
Let me double check for you. You're all set.
Wonderful. See you all soon.
See ya. Hi, Representative Sanchez. What can I do for you, sir?
Hi, Susan. I'm doing the same exact thing, Rep. Felipe.
Okay, let me double check. I think we got you caught up. You are all set.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You too. Hi, Representative Dathan.
Hi, Susan. I think I'm fine, but I had some technical issues with my computer and just thought I'd do a triple check.
You got it. Hold on. All set.
Thank you so much. You have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Hi, Rep. Sims.
Hello, Madam
Mike?
Administrator. Just
How are ya?
double checking to make sure that I didn't miss any votes as well.
You got it. All set.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Hi, Rep. Nolan.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
I just
thank
want to be sure, as we got almost towards the end, there was a lot of confusion.
you. Little bit. All set.
And especially with SB 229, I want to make sure I said yes to that.
229, I have you as a yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Hey, Senator Kushner.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I voted on all the bills, but I just wanted to check.
Absolutely. You are all set, ma'am.
Thank you, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Hi, Representative Porter.
Hi, Madam Administrator. I just want to make sure I voted on all the bills.
Okay. My pleasure. You're all set, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Susan.
You are
Appreciate
welcome.
that. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, Susan. It's Representative
Hello.
Gonzalez.
How are you?
I've been waiting for you to call me.
I think you are, hold on. You're all set.
Thank you. Have a nice
You're welcome.
weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
So they confirmed Jackson for the yeah. Isn't that awesome? I know. I was going back and forth because I was watching her thing and then listening to the chaos, and I was so excited when I heard that.
That's
that was-
fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with me.
yeah, it makes you feel proud sometimes, you know.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Huh?
That's awesome. That's a powerful move right there.
Did
Senator Lopes. Sideways.
What's that?
I said Senator
I'm pretty
Lopes.
sideways to start with, so it's okay. The charter bill that everyone flipped back and forth on, I think 329.
Yep, 229. Yes, sir.
Oh, which number?
It's Senate Bill 229.
229. Okay. Please register my vote as a yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Got it.
Mhm. Bye, guys. Talk to you.
Bye. Mm-hmm. Yeah, other than Betts and Hayes, the only outstanding is Lesser on that last vote. Well, he was having trouble getting in, so I think we can give him latitude. Coming in twice. Senator Lesser,
Madam Administrator?
would you like to vote, sir, on the last item on the agenda, which is Senate Bill 197?
Yes,
How would you like to vote, sir?
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Think you're all
Just-
set?
All
You
set.
want me- Yep. You want me to double check?
I think other people have, sure, yes, I think
Yeah,
so, but
no,
I,
I think you're fine. I think you're fine. I'm going through these very quickly. You're fine. Thank you, sir.
thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. And for those of you who are watching on YouTube Live, he was attempting to get in before 3:30, so we need to make allowances to have allowed Senator Lesser to connect. And at this point, we are done. Thank you, everyone. Bye.